Thank you, everybody that's online and that will be joining us here momentarily. My name is Jim Houston, and I'm the chair of the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission. It's one of the great things that I look forward to every year is the Contemporary Issues Forum. Dr. Borum and the entire research policy planning team has put together a tremendous program today with contemporary issues focusing around hyperscaling, large load customers, system reliability, modeling, applied practical considerations, and coordination. So we got a jam-packed agenda today, and I want to thank all the presenters in advance, Stan Blackwell, Andy Taylor, Derek Stenklick, Kyle Thomas, and Grace Ralph for their participation today. We couldn't have a great contemporary issues program without the participation of experts from around the country. And as chair of the commission, I wanted to say a big thank you for that. Ben Gavelik's kind of introduced himself. He is the ringleader and will be running the show for the large part. There'll be opportunity for everybody to engage with the presenters for Q&A. Some like to do it a little bit during the presentation. Some like to wait till the end. But Ben will help with any kind of technical considerations. And I'm going to just turn it over to Dr. Borum real quick, and let's get started. Brad?
Actually, I'm going to intercept that really quick and just go over go over the flow for the day and some instructions. So as the chairman mentioned, my name is Ben Gavelik. I'm the external affairs specialist with the commission. So thank you everyone for joining today's IRP technical conference. Before we kick things off, I just again like to go over the flow. So today we have the pleasure of hearing from 5 amazing speakers who will each speak for about 30 to 45 minutes and then take about 15 minutes of Q&A. So if you have a question you would like to ask, feel free to drop that in the chat, or you can wait until the end and raise your hand, and questions will be asked in the order that they're received. I will say that we do have one exception for our first speaker, Stan Blackwell. If you have a question for him, feel free to just raise your hand or drop those in the chat, and we'll just ask those throughout his presentation there. So one final note, this meeting is being recorded and will be posted on our website. So if you miss a portion of the meeting, you'll be able to reference that later. And then also I dropped a link to our website in the chat as well, where you can find the agenda and the presentations for today's discussion. So I think that's enough from me. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Borum to introduce our first speaker.
Good morning. I would like to introduce Stan Blackwell. He is responsible for Dominion Energy's data center practice and the management of data center customers throughout Virginia and North Carolina. Stan has been working with the data center industry for 13 years and with Dominion for 28 years in a variety of leadership roles, including the following: finance, accounting, electrical design, renewable product development, contract management, key account management, and economic development. Before joining Dominion Energy, Stan spent 9 years in the computer industry with AT&T and NCR in various financial roles, supporting competitive sales and organizations. Stan is currently the chairman of the Data Center Community of the North Virginia Technology Council. That's a mouthful. And a past board member of the Central Virginia Better Business Bureau and the Central Virginia Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. Stan has a finance degree, an MBA, and holds a CPA license. And with that background, I can't think of anybody better to address this topic than Mr. Blackwell. I turn things over to you.
Oh, Stan, looks like you might be muted there.
How about now, Ben? Can you hear me?
Yep, sounds great. And also, actually, just one note, we did have someone drop in the chat that they were having some issues with the audio. Can some of the audience members maybe give me a thumbs up if you're hearing us okay? Okay, I've got a couple thumbs up here. So Dr. Thomas Ho, if you want to message me offline, we can try to work through those technical issues. But with that, I'm going to go ahead and let Stan take it from here.
And Ben, can you confirm that my screen is displaying?
Yep, looks great, Stan.
All right, so good morning and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Indiana Commission and folks on this line. I'm Stan Blackwell, and I'll be speaking on behalf of Dominion Energy. To give you a background about Dominion Energy, we serve the vast majority of the state of Virginia, pretty much the eastern half. AEP has the kind of the western half of the state. In the state of Virginia, the most of the population center is in Northern Virginia, which is at the peak of that, right below Washington, D.C., on the eastern part of the state, and then right in the center. And we're fortunate to serve that. We also serve a very rural area of North Carolina, pretty much the far east. Think of the Outer Banks, a very, very rural section. In addition to that, Dominion Energy also has we bought the old SCANA down in South Carolina, but our data center practice, which I'll speak about, it pertains to Virginia. The data center industry is just starting in South Carolina, and so I'm not responsible for that particular service territory. The metrics on the page give you an idea. The blue is our retail service territory. The orangish color is our transmission territory. We are a fully integrated utility. We offer generation, transmission, distribution, and in fact, we're a transmission provider for the DOM zone, which is the orange territory. So we serve quite a few co-ops in the state of Virginia and our area of North Carolina. I want to give you a perspective on what we serve in Virginia. So Virginia is actually home to the largest data center market in the world. And it's a little bit of a misnomer because it's actually Northern Virginia, which is about 30 square miles in Loudoun County or Ashburn, Virginia. Is actually the largest market in the world. It's a very, very dense data center market there. But like a lot of areas around the U.S., we're seeing a migration out of that particular area. And so we just put on the slide, Virginia's the largest. They're actually, the reference to that, in my mind, there's a handful of organizations that put out data center market reports that are all third party. JLL does a very nice one. And it's called it's a comparison of the largest co-location markets in the US. And the reason I mentioned co-location data centers is because if you're an Amazon, Microsoft, Google, Meta, one of the big players, and you build your own facility, you consider that proprietary and they don't publish that information. But the co-location market does publish their installed base because think of them as a hotel, that type of data center. They build a facility and lease space to customers to bring their servers in there. And so in their business model, they publish their infrastructure that's installed. And that's the foundation of how we can say Virginia is the largest market in the world. Based on, and in our market in Virginia, we're about 50% cloud providers, the big ones, and about 50% co-location. And so the point is those third-party reports are relative to market size. If you look at the latest JLL, we're fortunate you can add up the next 5 largest U.S. markets, and they still are not as big as what we have in Northern Virginia. So I just share that for perspective. On our system today, you can see the metrics. We serve 54 discrete data center customers, over 450 metered accounts for those particular data center customers. And like most large industries, whether commercial, manufacturing, industrial, you tend to have a very small number of large players in the population. And our 7 largest customers are 72% of all of our data center demand. And so you'll probably see that across your market. Was there a question? Okay, sorry, I thought I heard somebody. And I'm going to come back to those top 7 customers when it comes to forecasting. We, on the meter, this is not a capacity value. This is actually for data centers only what our meter turns. So we have 4.2 gigawatts on the meter today. We did that in July, and we're growing 500 to 600 megawatts of metered growth a year to give you an idea of the scale of growth we're experiencing. If you're interested in attracting data centers, our load factor, and that means if you look at demand and presume for install or the amount of meter demand over a month, so times 24, times the number of days in that month, that gives you the maximum amount of megawatts you could produce. If you take the actual megawatt hours that they consume versus that theoretical denominator I just described, they're consuming 90% of that figure. The point being is data centers are very energy intensive, and if you turn them on, they're going to be very heavy users of electricity on your system. So I would encourage you to think about generation. We're seeing in our market, I know it's happening in the US, an expansion beyond traditional markets. Data centers tend to cluster, not only in your state, but in regions. And once one builds in an area, you tend to see others build around that. That's been our experience, and that's continuing to happen. If you ask just about any utility in the world, they have a very large queue of capacity requests. One of the drivers of that is obviously AI is artificial intelligence is driving interest in this industry, but you're seeing a lot of new folks, new firms coming into the markets, bringing in new supply, not necessarily new data center demand. So the supply and demand curve is getting a little out of balance. To put it in perspective, we have in Virginia 64 gigawatts of capacity request. Now, we're not going to build all that. We'd have no belief that'll all get built, but there's a lot of new firms coming in. We probably have 50 developers that are trying to come into our market competing for business. We're continuing to see significant increases in capacity. It used to be about 10 years ago, the average building for a data center was about 25 megawatts. So that was a big one. Today, an average building is about 100 megawatts. And we're seeing also campus sizes increase. We're starting to see campus developments, 1 gigawatt, 2.5 gigawatts. We've actually gotten a 7 gigawatt campus request. So the amount of requests that we're getting continues to increase, and I'm sure that's true in Indiana as well. Finally, I'll come back to this point, but our forecast has been fairly stable. We're required to submit that to PJM every year, and we have very little change, and a lot of that has to do with the way we forecast. We do not forecast by contract. We forecast by historical meter information, and I'll come back to that point. So at a high level, this is our forecasting process. There's a lot of words on here. I think you have a copy of this presentation, so I'll hit the highlights. We forecast based on over 11 years of meter data. So if you're a data center, we actually track by month over the entire 11, almost 12 years of history. We know what your meter demand was, your billing demand, what the utility billed you for, and your load factor. We have all that for every meter that's a data center on our system. We're very fortunate in that we have that. And for that reason, we do not forecast by contracts that capacity requests that are signed with utilities. The vast majority of the industry today does that. We used to do that, but given our rich history of data, we actually abandoned that approach and we forecast based on metered data. We statistically model our top 7 largest, fastest, or growing. We have a total of 54 customers on the system, data centers, and so that means 47 of them are going in that 8th segment. And so we discretely model 7, and then we put everybody else in an 8th segment, and that's roughly a 75. We're getting at roughly 75% of those top 7, and the remaining 25% fall in that 8th segment. One of the values of doing that 8th segment is you eliminate double counts. So think of it this way. We see this all the time. One of the big cloud providers, they build their own facilities, and sometimes they can't build it fast enough. So they issue an RFP out to the co-location world and say, I want a 300 megawatt campus. So they issue that RFP out for one 300 megawatt campus. The utility gets 20 developers or co-location providers submit capacity requests to the utility. So I received 6,000 megawatts of request for one 300 megawatt RFP. And I don't know, it's very difficult to pick which of those 20 co-location providers is going to win that RFP. In fact, we don't even try because we're modeling them all together in that 8 segment. And we know one's going to win, but we don't care which one's going to win. And we're modeling based on statistics, so we don't have to pick a winner. When we model these 7 largest in this 8 segment, we do use regression. And we also use polynomial and linear regression are the 2 we run. Polynomial, just think of that as the old quadratic equation from your Algebra 2 days. And we take those and the presumption is history is a good indicator of the future of these models. And we go in and look and pick which one of these different models we want to assume for each of those 8 segments I identified. We also look at our projects that were in construction for those customers. We look at market information because the whole process is history will predict the future. But we have had actually several years ago, our fastest growing data center on a percentage basis. They ran out of investor money and started laying off their executive team. And they were our fastest growing customer. And we were forecasting statistically very high growth. And we said, well, that doesn't make sense. And so we use market and customer information then to say, our statistical approach doesn't work. And so we're not going to use that. And in fact, in that example, that real example, we plugged flat growth in for that particular customer because we knew statistics would not forecast that correctly.
Hey,
so
Stan, looks like we got a
yes.
question in the chat. Is it okay if I
Sure.
interrupt you?
Sure.
What is the forecast error for the 8th segment in the statistical model?
Yeah, we tend to range if you look out over a 2-year period. So if I'm forecasting it today, 2 years out, our error is under 200 megawatts plus or minus. We tend to slightly be under forecasting. So it's about 200 on 4 gigawatts roughly. That's a rough cut way to look at it. So I would say that's in aggregate. I don't actually look at it on an individual segment level.
Great, thank you.
Sure. So when we forecast by the top 7 largest or fastest growing, we by definition say that's our high forecast. We then model the industry in total. We run about 4 different statistical models on the industry in aggregate, and that yields our low forecast. So we've now got 2 scenarios, a high and a low. We take the average of that, and that becomes our official forecast. So in this process, we've got kind of a scenario analysis in here. Once we have billing demand, again, that's based on what's in the meter. We then use our historical load factor percentages because it's very stable over time, and we convert billing demand into megawatt hours using the load factor approach. And we do it for each of those 3 scenarios. And then our final step is we take the billing demand and again use historical percentages comparing billing demand to coincident demand. And we calculate in aggregate a coincident demand forecast, which ultimately is what your IRP, your transmission planning, what PJM wants. They ultimately want coincident demand on your system. And so that's the last piece we calculate. The final thing we do is we actually run 95% predictive intervals, and then we ran another 7 scenarios to see if they fell within that 95% predictive interval. And we do all that to generate, a forecast. And we found in our case, it's very, very accurate. One of the phenomenons we've discovered over time, there's a lot of utilities that add up all the contracts and they do a lot of math. 20% this one's going to be successful, 10% that one's going to be successful. They're going to ramp at this rate. You have to make a lot of assumptions if you're forecasting by contract. And what we have found is the more customers you model, the higher your forecast gets. And so we abandoned that approach. I'm not throwing rocks at other utilities. That's not my point. We used to do it that way, but given our rich history of metered data, we abandoned that approach. And perhaps utilities that are using that contract approach do it better than we did at the time. So just pictorially, I'm not going to go through here. Here's just a kind of a slide. We start with statistics. We look at customer-based information, what customers tell us. One thing I didn't mention is when we develop our forecast, we ask the 7 largest or fastest growing data center customers on our system. We say, could you please give us a demand forecast? We want to compare that to our forecast. And history has proven we are more accurate than our customers are. We didn't know going into it that would be true, but we have found that that's the case. We can predict their demand better than they can. And we use their demand forecast for kind of 2 points. They typically, when we get a forecast from a data center customer, they have very aggressive ramps in the early part of their forecast. And so we always are under what they're saying they're going to do in the near term. And then we look at the tail end of that. In PJM, we have to turn in a 20-year forecast. We look at their forecast because at some point they kind of flatten out. And we say, if our model is ending above the sum of these customer forecasts, we're too high, way out in the 20-year range. And so we'll tune down our forecast in the tail end. And that's how we use it. And we'll also sit down with those customers and talk about, they want to know why we're different than them. And we sit down and have a discussion. In the end, the validation step is we do use our signed customer contracts, not to forecast. We use it to validate the forecast. And I'll come back to that because I've got a slide. So our data center practice, I didn't mention this, but we had so much growth in data centers. Most utilities are very regionally based. We had 3 different, we have our key accounts organization, like most utilities, supports our largest customers. And we had so much data center load that we have 3 regions in Virginia, and we took all the data center customers, and it's the only segment that we treat out of the data center practice. So I'm fortunate to lead that on Dominion. And we do primarily 5 things in the data center practice. We do all the key account support. We pulled the economic development for data centers out of the corporate centers. So we also do economic development just for data centers. We pulled the forecasting of data centers out of the corporate center. All utilities, for the most part, do all their econometric modeling in the corporate center. We pulled that out. And so they model everything but data centers. My team models data centers, and then we add them together for a total forecast. We do a lot of regulatory work. I'll come back to that in our data center practice. And we're also, given the significant amount of capital we're spending in our data center practice, we work with finance quite a bit on the management of the capital programs. And so that's very unique across the utility industry. I think a couple folks are migrating that way, but we had to go there. We probably are building today 60 substations currently under construction for data centers today. So to give you an idea of the scale. So the reason I gave you that perspective is when it comes to modeling data centers, econometric modeling looks at interest rates, GDP, housing starts, and all that. And none of that works in forecasting data centers. We have not found an external variable. I have been told by one of the Southern Company affiliates that we're looking at construction starts. That just came out last year. We're not using it because we can see the construction starts that are happening on our system. We already know what they are, so we don't use that as a variable. I like this graph in the top left, which is the creation of data over time and projected into the future. The reason I like it is it mirrors the bigger graph, the bigger picture on here, which is our actual demand growth over time. And the curve shapes are almost exact. And so my point is the way society is using data and creating data is what's driving data center growth. Two simple examples. When you had a film camera, you had a roll of about 25 films. You take one picture, if somebody had their eyes closed, so be it, you didn't take another because you had limited film. Today, you'll take about 15 pictures, tell someone to, open their eyes, smile. You keep taking them, people take selfies, but all of those pictures on your camera get rolled up to the internet. So that's how you're generating growth in data. So you can see the solid blue bars are our growth in our meter demand. The gray bars are what we just presented to PJM is the next 5 years growth on our system. We have increasing growth every year from the data center industry. You can see the curve shape here. When I show you the long-term curve, given the scale of this for Dominion, it looks flat. It actually has a curve to it. It's just the way the axes are. You can't see the curve. But this is actually what we just presented to PJM. I think it was yesterday. This is this year's submission. And so we're in 2025, we're at 4,200 gigawatts, and we're going to grow to a little under 18 gigawatts out by 2046 or 20 years out. So that's what, yeah, go ahead, please.
Oh, Stan, I want to let you know we had a couple questions come in. Is now a good stopping point?
Sure.
First question, did you abandon the statistical modeling because new requests have slowed less growth and that you can rely on meter data of existing customers?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understood the question. We use the meter data to drive our statistical modeling, so we haven't abandoned it. That's what we're doing, if I understood the question correctly.
And
what we abandoned was the contract approach.
And then if you, I was to say too, if anybody has any kind of clarification on their questions, feel free to drop those, or you can always raise your hand and I can unmute you if you would like to ask that in a different way. Oh, yep, we've got someone here. And I'm going to go ahead and unmute you if you want to go ahead and ask your question.
Yes, Stan, this is Nikhil Kumar from Grid Lab. So yeah, I guess, yeah, I misrepresented what I was asking. I was asking you gave up on that contract as an input to your forecast because I guess the request for new data centers has reduced. So you already have a huge data set of that meter data to use now. So in other words, has the growth, the trend reduced? Like in Indiana, if you get a whole bunch of requests, I mean, we don't have the meter data to use. So that's the question.
Yeah, so a couple things to that. We are seeing a significant increase in capacity requests for new data centers, as well as increased usage from existing data centers. But I'm going to come back to my next slide. I'll show you why we don't use the contracts approach here in a slide coming up. So hold that thought, and you can once I get to that, you can ask that again if I don't articulate it, if that'll work.
Okay, then we had another question here.
Sure.
How do future increases in computational efficiency that may reduce data center load affect the uncertainty in forecasts?
Yeah, so a couple things on that, and I'll share with you the facts just so I don't try to be delicate in the way I answer this. So what you're reading on the internet is that chips are becoming more efficient, and that efficiency measure is instructions per second. So I'm going to make just a simple example. 5 years ago, let's just say you could do 100 instructions on a chip per second. Today, the new NVIDIA chips, maybe it's 1,000 instructions per second. Those aren't the real figures. I'm just giving you an illustrative example. So the point being they're faster and they can do more work in the same amount of time. So that's the efficiency that's often quoted. What's not quoted is that's not electrical efficiency, it's computational efficiency. What's not quoted is the power density of these chips is dramatically increasing. And so you're not seeing a reduction in electrical usage. You're actually seeing an increase in electrical usage. In fact, the new AI servers, NVIDIA type servers have multiple, they're actually GPUs as opposed to CPUs, but they have more chips in them. And what we've seen in our data centers, if you go in a data center, one of the big ones we were in there, let's say they have a rack, it's about 7 feet tall and everybody's a little different. Let's just say it had 15 servers in there. Right next to it was another rack and it had a bunch of blank space. It had 2 bigger servers in there. And I asked the operator, I said, well, this is great. You've got room to grow. And they go, we can't put any more servers in this rack. I go, why not? These are the new AI type servers, GPU based technology, and they're so electrically dense. 2 new servers consume the same amount of power as 15 of the old servers. And we can't bring any more power into the building. So we can only install 2 servers. So there's a myth that electrical usage goes down. It doesn't. So.
And then maybe we'll ask one more and then,
sure.
Well, actually, we got 2 more in here, if that's okay. How often do data centers hit the load they are requesting? What percentage of the initial requested load do they actually achieve typically?
I've got a great slide on that. So hold that. I'll give you a perspective on that here on one of these next slides.
Okay, then we got one more here. Are there any anticipated saturation levels, plateauing of billing demand due to efficiencies, generation resource limitations, grid constraints, etc., in the exponential, or is it polynomial projection of billing demand in megawatts on slide 6?
Yeah, if you put a trend line on this, it doesn't show up on this, but this is actually a polynomial curve or quadratic equation. It looks flat on here. It's just a function of the axes, but we actually have polynomial growth. The limitation is what you get to is how fast can the utility add transmission and generation to support the growth. So that becomes the issue because in general, I'm not in the business of building generation plants. My peers do, but just say it takes 7 years to just build a gas plant. Let's just call it a gas plant. It may take you 7 years from start to finish because you got to get it approved and then construct it. So you got to plan out how soon can I add generation to support the growth. And you also have to look at the big transmission upgrades you need to put in place, whether most of those are backbone projects somewhere on the grid to support the expansion. And so your limitation becomes how fast you can add infrastructure to support the growth. Any more? Or you want me to?
Nope, yep. Feel free to keep going. Yeah.
So I had a couple questions about contracts, and so I'm going to answer it here. So this is as of July of 25. These are contracts we have executed, and we use a 3-contract method, and I'll briefly walk you through. So step 1, when a data center calls you up, this is in Virginia how we do it. They call you up and say, hey, I want a 300 megawatt campus. And we say, do you have site control? Do you have a site plan? And we require a $250,000 payment deposit. And if they have all of those things, render the deposit, we'll give them an engineering letter of authorization or contract for us to go study what it will take to engineer their project. The reason we request that deposit is we have our engineers in distribution and transmission charge time against that. So if they don't proceed, we then apply the deposit against that time charging and refund the balance. If they proceed, we roll that into the cost of the job is how we do it. That's how regulatorily we can stay within the regulation. But that yellow block at the top are the engineering requests. And we have, as of July of this year, 30 gigawatts in engineering. They're under contract. That doesn't mean that's going to go and be built. It's kind of like an RFP process. Everybody on here, let's say everybody on this call said, I think I want to build a deck. You go out and ask a contractor for a price. How long is it going to take? What's it going to cost? And all those things. So you get your RFP back. Some of you on this call go, nah, it takes too long. I'm not going to build a deck. If somebody else goes, that's too expensive. I'm not going to build a deck. But the third person on here goes, I'm going to build a deck. And so you're going to engineer a lot of projects that are not going to move forward. And I would say if you have speculative projects in your queue, they're in that engineering, because all you're doing is saying at the end of that 9 to 12 month process, I'm saying, here's what I'm going to build for you. Here's what the estimated cost is. And here's when I can energize it. Would you like to proceed to construction? So a lot of that 30 is not going to get built because they're not going to proceed, but we have to give them, here's the things. If they say yes, we have a 90-day clock on our engineering. Once engineering's done, we say, would you like to proceed to construction? And if they say yes, we say you got 90 days to sign the construction contract. And that's the green bar. So we've got 7.1 gigawatts under construction today. And what that contract does is it says, okay, I, as a utility, am going to start putting iron in the ground. So if I'm going to put a substation and the connection, transmission connection from existing transmission to that property, just that piece, let's say that's $150 million. We're going to say, when you sign this construction contract, if we put $150 million in the ground and you don't proceed to energization, you have to reimburse us for what we put in the ground. So that's obligation number one. Obligation number two is you are required to sign an electric service agreement for the amount of installed capacity you asked for. So those are our two requirements to then for you to proceed, for that. You have to decide whether you want to sign that construction agreement, and you have 90 days to sign that agreement. We put the 90-day clock on there because otherwise people just stay in the queue, never disappear because they're out shopping for an end user. So that process, construction, if you're in urban environments, very dense urban environments, it may take you 7 years to put a project in place, especially routing transmission. If it's rural, it may be 3-4 years. It's a much shorter build. But we currently, Green, have firm contracts. We're building 7.1 gigawatts of capacity. The blue bar, we've set a meter on. And so we have electric service agreements. There's a meter turning, and that's the capacity under contract in our electric service agreement. So the last line on here is the orange bar. That's our demand forecast relative to the capacity of these various contracts. And this is our validation then of our forecast. So I'm going to answer a couple questions on here. We don't forecast by contract. We use it to validate our forecast. So what this says is on the meter, we got 9.8 gigawatts on the meter today of capacity. We have another 7.1 gigawatts, that's the green bar, that we're building. And so we have forecast support out through 2045. That's where the orange bar touches the top of those two. So the blue bar is near-term growth, the green bar is midterm growth. Long-term is going to come somewhere from that yellow block at some point in time. Another question I got is, where are you relative to the capacity? So just look in 2025, we're at 4149 on the meter. We have 8.98885 worth of capacity contracts. And so that gives you an idea. We're sitting roughly, whatever that math is, about 50% of the capacity contract. And it's been our experience that nobody operates at 100% capacity. Has been our experience. Now we're signing about 1 gigawatt of new electric service agreements, the blue bar, a year. And so we're always adding to that and we're adding about a gigawatt a year, and our demand's growing about 600 megawatts a year. So given that those are both moving forward, we're always somewhere around 50% of our capacity contract. And that's consistent with what we see on individual accounts. So I'm going to stop there because I answered two different questions and see if there's any clarification about that or questions. Ben, I can't see, so you have to tell me if there's any questions.
Yep, we've got one here where someone just raised their hand. So go ahead and feel free to ask your question, Jeremy.
Hey, Stan, this is Jeremy with CenterPoint. So are you saying in 25 you're capable of serving 8.9 gigawatts today
Yes.
if the customer said, they were ready?
Yes.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Yeah. And I think you can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe AEP Ohio, AEP Indiana, Michigan, I believe I believe is served by this commission, and they put in a tariff, kind of a high load tariff proposal. And I think they established minimums, kind of take or pay minimums. We've done the same in Virginia, filed for that. And it's really because your orange bar is never at the top of your blue bar. So you as a utility are building to the blue, but the meter's never turning at the capacity value. It's much less than that. And so you've got installed capacity that's not showing up on the meter. And so that cost gets allocated across the system. Because all utilities up to date, billing's based on the meter. And so you're seeing the movement across the US of establishing, I call them take or pay type contracts, where you're putting minimums in because the meter's not there. And we're doing that as well. And we filed that and just had our biennial review hearing about a week and a half ago. We proposed a high load package as well.
Okay, looks like we did get another question here. How does the demand forecast being linear while the construction megawatts being flat?
Well, okay, that again, the orange line looks linear. It actually has a curve to it. You just can't see it. But these were executed contracts that we had as of July of 25. So I don't know how many contracts I'm going to get in 26. So we're just plotting, what do I have now? And that's why they're flat. I just know all of my contracts I have in hand at the end of July of 25. We actually refresh our contracts every month. So they always increase, but we do not forecast. We're not forecasting what our electric service agreements capacity will be in the future, and we're not forecasting construction agreements. We're laying our current forecast against what we have in hand. So that's why they don't change for that reason.
Okay, then we've got one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Are the data center customers on a separate tariff/rate at Dominion?
We don't have a separate data center tariff. Like a lot of utilities, we have standards, but in our binary review, we just filed for, we didn't file it as a data center only tariff. It's a high load tariff, as well as a new high load cost allocation class. So and that in our filing, it's any customer that has that new high load tariff is any customer who has greater than 25 megawatts of contract capacity, not metered capacity, but contract capacity, and a load factor of 75% or greater will automatically be moved into the new high load class. So that's what we found.
Great here. Actually, I see a couple questions, but one of them I'm going to ask if you can go ahead and maybe rephrase that as a question. Regiana, if you don't mind just putting that in the form of a question that way, or you can raise your hand as well, so there aren't any translation errors there. And then I'm going to go ahead and go to another question. How many megawatts of demand response are Dominion's data centers enrolled in 2025?
I do not believe we have any. Our data center industry today does not. The nature of the data center load, especially in big markets, is that they can't curtail. And in fact, in our IRP, this issue came up. We have traditional tariffs, and we have a market-based rate tariff that fluctuates hourly based on PJM market prices. And we have a lot of customers on a market-based data centers on a market-based rate. And we had last January, we had the market prices increased 400% over about a 3 or 4 day period. And our data center demand actually grew during that time. And so the point I'm trying to make is data center load is not, it's critical load. They don't want to curtail it. And I'm not sure you could offer a price incentive high enough to get them to curtail. So that's been our experience. So now in our market, 98+% of the backup generation is normal old diesel backup, and they can't run it at discretion. They got very limited maintenance hours that they can run, and they have somewhat unlimited emergency hours, but the emergency has to be declared by the utility. And so they can't use it to curtail, and they have decided not to install Tier 4 diesels or anything else. So.
Okay, we've got a couple more here. If you're fine with me still going
Sure.
with some questions. Are these data center customers having a required minimum load factor?
No, we don't require a minimum load factor. We don't really worry about load factor. Our load factor runs right around 90% for the industry, and it just has not really changed over the years. But we don't have a required load factor.
And then do any of Dominion data centers have any behind the meter supply resources that offset their billing usage?
No, most in our territory, especially up in Northern Virginia, properties $4 to $5 million an acre. So they're not putting in significant solar. They can't put it on the roof because it's all cooling equipment is located on the roof. So we really don't have any net metering. If that's your question, there's no net metering that we're seeing on our system from data centers. They'll get PPAs from solar facilities that are located off site, but that's not a net metered contract. So.
Okay, and I'm seeing one more right now. What percentage of the overall load is being consumed by data centers at Dominion currently?
Yeah, we're somewhere around I think 22, 23 gigawatt peaker, and our data center is currently about 4 gigawatts. So whatever that math works out to be, 1/6 roughly. And it's growing. So I'm going to come back to this demand versus capacity. And so you can see the shape of our orange. This is our demand forecast. That's actually a concave. It's kind of shaped like a smile, if you will. It's just hard to see on here. Versus a capacity curve is convex or shaped like a frown. Now, you don't have this in what I provided yesterday, but if you take the top of the green and the blue bar and I put a line on it, it looks like that blue line on there. And so that is the difference between the orange as a demand curve and the blue as a capacity curve. This is in there. It's another way to say it. And we typically see data centers, if you ask them, can you give me a demand forecast? We have historically gotten the orange bar. And in reality, what the meter ends up at is the blue bar. And that is the difference between capacity versus demand. And one of the things we found as you start adding up contracts and doing all that math is you kind of introduce capacity into your demand forecast. And so that's just something we've learned. I just pointed out because it's true. Again, if you look at our contract stack and put a blue line on top of that, that's the capacity forecast versus demand. This is just illustrative. So I'm going to move on. I only have a few brief slides left. So we're required by PJM as well as our commission, I assume it's true in Indiana, you're required to generate a demand forecast. We do track our capacity, but for regulatory purposes, we use the demand forecast for our IRP, which determines generation, and we use a demand forecast in PJM to determine our transmission capacity. And as I just highlighted, there's a big difference between capacity and demand. And so we don't turn in capacity to PJM or our IRP because it would be a significant inflation of reality. Now, there's a couple reasons that capacity and demand are different. Like any company, data centers are no different. The infrastructure to serve a data center takes a long time to build. You're building transmission, generation, distribution infrastructure. May take 7 years to build it. So they have an incentive to ask for all of that to be built up front. And that's okay. That's true of every segment. Industrial, commercial, doesn't matter. They don't want to wait. They want it all up front. So that's true of any business. The second thing to keep in mind for co-location providers, co-locations are the type of data center. They don't own their own servers. They're like a hotel. They build a building. They go get end users, could be a cloud provider, could be 30 different businesses, and they lease them space for them to bring in their servers and hold it in that co-location building. Well, so a co-location provider, they sell capacity or space. The way the co-location business model works is if I build a 100 megawatt facility and I lease all 100 megawatts to one or more customers, if those end users never put a server in that facility, the co-location provider has made their business plan. Their business is lease revenue. It's not electrical. And so their business model is indifferent to the meter turning. So that doesn't mean they're bad. That's the way their business is set up. And we have a lot of metered load in co-locations. But my point is, it's a pass-through to them. So capacity doesn't matter versus demand to a co-location provider. They just want capacity so they can lease their space. They do the co-location business, and new entrants into the market are all competing for the same amount of demand. And so you're seeing, at least we are in Virginia, an imbalance between the amount of supply coming into the market and what the actual meter demand will be. And this is demand from companies trying to get into the business. So that's why you see a big difference between capacity request and meter demand. I'm going to transition to ramping. We get asked just about every day, how does this data center company, just name one of these colos, how do they ramp? And either the cloud providers or whatever. And here's my answer to that. You cannot pick a co-location company and say how they will ramp, because it's not the co-location company that determines the ramp. It's their end user. So a very simple example, your colo, you have a co-location provider, and they build a 100 megawatt facility on one side of a street, a twin of that on the one's on the left side of the street, one's on the right side of the street. There's no difference between them. They're both 100 megawatts. If the left side, let's say Amazon or Microsoft, leases that entire building, then that ramp into their metered usage is going to look like Amazon or Microsoft. The right side, same company that built both buildings, the right side decides they're going to lease that multi-tenant. They're going to have 5 to 10 users in there. And it's going to be the collection of the load ramps of those 5 to 10 users will look at what that load ramp looks like. And so you cannot assign a load ramp profile to anybody but the big cloud providers. They're the only ones, all their buildings kind of ramp the same. But the vast majority of the industry, especially colo providers, they do not have a unique profile or load ramp. I will tell you, with load ramps, they're all kind of different. Cloud providers tend to ramp the quickest. They will get to maturity in 3 to 5 years. And when I say maturity, that doesn't mean they're at their contract capacity. That just means where they peak out. And the most aggressive cloud provider we have peaks out at about 80% capacity. We don't have anybody, and nobody's going to 100, and they tend to want to have a little excess headroom, but they're the fastest rampers. The co-location providers tend to ramp slower, and if they're multi-tenant, they're the longest. Multi-tenant meaning they got a bunch of end users. It'll take them 5 to 7 years to get to maturity. And at that level, they'll be 50 to 60, if they're multi-tenant, 50 to 60% of contract capacity at maturity. We're not a crypto market in Virginia. We have one crypto provider. I just issue a note of caution. If a crypto miner says, hey, in 3 months, I'm going to be at 200 megawatts of demand, they'll be there in 2 months. They're very fast ramping into capacity. They're very unique. It's the only one that'll eat the entire capacity they signed up for. They'll probably eat more than what they signed up for. And so we don't have them in our market. We have one, but if you have them in the Indiana jurisdiction, that's the one exception I'll share with you about ramping. We've had them, but that's the one exception.
Hey, Stan, I recognize here we got about 5 minutes left, but I do have 4 questions. I know you have a couple slides. Do you want to go with a couple questions, or do you want to just finish out and then maybe ask those?
Yeah, let me hit them I'll do them very quick. So,
okay.
We're a transmission provider, so I would encourage you to work with your cooperatives. We provide transmission to them. We have found the more customers you model, the higher your forecast. And I mentioned that there's increasing supply. Here's my recommendations for utilities. Start capturing for every data center account you have metered data. From the point you connect it, start capturing demand in megawatt hours, and you'll build a foundation of data to forecast. You're going to find both for the commission as well as utilities, it used to be 10, 15 years ago, if you wanted to change a policy or a contract or terms and conditions, you'd have to go to the chairman of your utility, and they'd say, nope, we're not making any changes. So you never had any changes in regulation. We are changing something in a policy or contract about every 3 to 4 months, given how fast this industry evolves. So we're constantly revising contracts and policies. And it seems like we're in a binary review structure. So about every 2 years, we're filing changes to terms and conditions and tariffs about every 2 years. That's very different from history. And the last thing I'll tell you is artificial intelligence. There are 2 modes to that. One is training. So you take a AI model, you put it in a facility and you train it, and that's where you have cycling load. They may say it's a 100 megawatt facility, but their load factor may be 50%. I'm making an example. That means they're cycling up and down. The load's the same, but they're not consuming megawatt hours. Once that model's trained, it goes into inference mode where they put it into place. It starts running. And inference mode will run at 90% load factor. It looks to me like big mature markets are going to be inference markets, and then rural, very inexpensive land data centers are going to become training data centers. Once it's trained, they're going to move it to the inference market. Why that's important is if you have a very rural data center, the odds are that's going to be a training facility with a much lower load factor. We're an inference market, so we just aren't seeing an influence of training, but we're watching for it. So that's, I believe, my last slide.
Okay, I'm going to go through, we do have a couple questions. Go through these pretty quick. If we could do maybe a rapid fire, just see if we can get through these. But this question recognizes that this might not be your lane, but is interested in knowing if you have any sense of the amount of water data centers use on a daily basis.
No, I do not.
Yeah. And then this question, I've heard a lot about communities all over the country pushing back against data centers due to the higher bills, water usage, etc. Has this impacted the process and how you communicate with future potential data center customers, or has it made it harder to connect a new customer? In other words, more hoops to jump through?
Yeah, here's my answer to that. There are some, I'm sure it's true in Indiana, it's true in Virginia. There are some counties that are anti-development. They just don't want to change their rural nature. And we always encourage our economic development partners to say, look, if you want data centers, you have to accept transmission and substation infrastructure. You're not going to serve this industry without transmission. So if you don't want transmission, you don't try and attract data centers because it doesn't work. The scale is too big. Because our standard connect voltage is 230 kV. And so we have some municipalities that say, I don't want it. It's really about utility infrastructure. I don't want to see transmission lines. Therefore, they don't want data centers. We have others that want economic growth, and so they're willing to accept that. And the best advice I give the economic developers and local politicians is decide an area of your county where you want data centers. Hopefully it's as close to existing transmission, because once you build one, they're all going to go in that area once one's built. So hopefully that answered the question.
And then can you comment on the impact on wholesale power prices due to data centers?
Okay. The other piece I didn't answer is that somebody asked about cost allocation. There is a study in Virginia. Data centers are paying their fair share because their load factor is so high. We have actually seen a decrease in transmission charges to residential customers because residential got a very low load factor. Data centers had very high, and so they are absorbing cost. The trick is you're investing significant capital to build transmission, generation, and distribution. The meter's not quite turning there, and so you need some type of high load tariff, contract minimums, things like that to help balance out so you're not shifting cost. But once the meter's turning, they're going to consume a significant significant percentage of your megawatt hours.
Okay, and then what class of customer, residential, commercial, industrial, or other do data centers fall under in Dominion service territory?
Commercial.
Okay, and I think last one here, is there a guide or two-page reference piece that details the different types of data centers that you just ran through a little bit earlier?
I just, in the interest of time, I took it out. I think correct me if I'm wrong, Indiana's in PJM. Is that correct? I can't remember. Are you in MISO? If you go out to PJM's website.
We're in both.
Both, okay. So we have some material out on PJM's website. We kind of defined our own categories of data center. We have the cloud, because there's so many buzzwords. So at Dominion, the way we differentiate them is there's cloud providers. Those, think of the Amazon, Microsoft, Google, Metas of the world. They build facilities, put their own servers in there, and you're buying their services off their equipment. That and the co-location are the largest segments. Co-location is, think of a hotel, they build a facility and get end user to come in and lease space from them. That's the second largest segment in our market. Crypto miner is a segment, and the reason we distinguish these is they behave differently. So crypto miners, we got one, so we're not a crypto market, but their behavior is very different. So that's a third one. We have some what I call networking data centers. They're kind of like the router in your home where they light the fiber network. We have one of the big internet exchanges is actually in Northern Virginia, the West Coast one's in Oregon. And so we're very unique with that kind of data centers. So we have some networking data centers. That's our term for them. And there used to be a lot of enterprise data centers. Think of a bank, they want to build their own facility. That's not a growing segment because most of them aren't building their own facility. They're going to colos. And the final one is we're seeing significant increase in land developers, real estate firms that want to get into this business. And so we're seeing a lot of capacity requests come in from them. We're not convinced most of them are actually going to operate the data centers. They look like they're trying to build and then sell projects to either colos or clouds. So those are our categories because there's 1,000 buzzwords, hyperscaler, edge, cloud. So we just defined our own because they all behave differently. So I don't know if that helped, but
I think it does. Yeah. Well, out of respect for time, I think that's all we have for your presentation today, Sam. But just wanted to thank you for participating in our technical conference this year. Very fascinating discussion. I really appreciate a lot of interest here with those questions from our audience members. So if everybody wants to do a kind of digital round of applause, but appreciate you having on. And just for everyone's reference as well, these presentations are posted on the commission's website. So we do have those available as well. So Stan, thank you again so much for your time. We're going to go ahead and proceed and turn it over to our next speaker. Any
Thank you.
parting words, Stan?
Thank you, Stan.
thank you for having me. I appreciate your time.
I'm going to go ahead and turn over to Dr. Borum to introduce our next speaker. Looks like we have him on here, which is Andy Taylor.
Andrew Taylor is the manager of resource adequacy implementation at MISO and has over 12 years of experience in the electric utility industry. Andrew and his team are responsible for the delivery of its annual planning resource auction, and he was directly involved in the implementation of the reliability-based demand curve, culminating in the execution of the 2025-2026 MISO PRA. Prior to joining MISO in 2024, Andrew spent over a decade with a regulated utility in Indiana, managing DSM programs and demand response teams, coordinating DR-based capacity values both with RTOs and internal IRP processes. So I'm going to turn everything over to Andrew, and hopefully we will have a better understanding of the reliability-based demand curve. Thank you.
I think, sorry, Andy, just to intercept this again one more time, I would just go over, we do have a quick change in flow. If anybody does have questions, we're going to save those until the end. But if you do, just so you don't forget about it, if you do have a question, feel free to still drop that in the chat. And then, because I know sometimes when you get to the end of the presentation, it does become difficult to keep track of all the questions you had throughout. So feel free to just drop those in the chat. We'll ask them at the end. And then I'll just we'll ask those in the order that they're received as time permits. So sorry, Andy, to steal your thunder, but we'll go ahead and turn it over to you now.
No problem at all, Ben. And a special thank you to Ben and Brad here. I know the logistics of all this takes quite a lot. This may seem like a fairly smooth affair today, and a lot of that effort and a lot of that praise should be directed back their way. A quick thank you to the Commission, Commissioner Huston, our Commission staff, and the many attendees today. Certainly for me, a bit of a resource adequacy and demand response and utility geek. These are the kinds of discussions I look forward to personally. But I know they can oftentimes be dry, and we all have our very busy calendars. So really appreciate everyone taking some time today to participate in the technical conference. This is a topic, and thank you to Brad for the quick intro. This is a topic I've been at MISO for a little over a year now that is very close to me personally. When joining MISO in resource adequacy, we were just at the beginning of literal implementation of the reliability-based demand curve, or RBDC. And I had the pleasure and responsibility of seeing that through the implementation of our systems, speaking with many of our stakeholders, a good number of which are load-serving entities and investor-owned utilities here, even within the state of Indiana and other states. So I'm very happy to be presenting on this background topic today. So to just go over some of what we're going to be discussing here. We're going to take some time, look at the background of MISO's capacity market in its various forms over the years. We'll look at some of the trends that were established given the nature of things prior to the reliability-based demand curve, just this fixed vertical requirement. We'll look at that, what that means, how that played out for the better part of a decade. We'll then land on culminating on what led to the filing with FERC of a change in that construct to the reliability-based demand curve, or RBDC. And then we're going to get to probably the technical meat, at least as this presentation is concerned for today, really the mechanics of RBDC. My hope is that for those of us that can build stuff in our Microsoft Excel garage, each of you'd be able to construct your own RBDC after this presentation, know enough of the mechanics of how to construct the thing. And then we'll spend just a little bit of time at the end to look at the outcomes from this most recent PRA, from this most recent planning resource auction or capacity market auction here at MISO for the current 2025-2026 planning year. And I know Ben's already noted this. Please throw questions in the chat as we go along, because I know I'm going to be hitting on a few different topics here as we go. So I want to start off, I am going to do my best. It's deeply ingrained, but I'm going to do my best to minimize the use of acronyms throughout today's presentation. But I am going to hit on just a couple that I'd like the liberty to use a few times here throughout as we go through. So first of all, the capacity market itself. The capacity market is presently known as the Planning Resource Auction, or PRA. Prior to that, there were a few years near the beginning around when the market was first established back in the 2009-2010 planning year. It was called the Voluntary Capacity Market, or VCA. So some that have been familiar with MISO's construct for the better part of 15 years. Some of us may have had the pleasure of that. Those are both terms that you may recognize. Secondly, as the reliability coordinator for resource adequacy, what MISO is really trying to do through our market is determine, and I don't have these questions here, but really determine the answer to the question of what do we need? What do we need to serve this system reliably? It's a megawatt number. We call it the Planning Reserve Margin Requirement, or PRMR, but it's effectively our peak load, inclusive of losses, plus a reserve margin. Right? That's answering the question, what do we need? What's that number? The second task that we go through is trying to answer the question of, well, what do we have? Right? What do we have that is capable of satisfying that need? We have many disparate types of resources on the system, and we do our best to accredit them in a manner which is capable of meeting megawatt for megawatt the need that we've established in the PRMR. And so we call that SAC, or Seasonal Accredited Capacity. And those two things together, we facilitate balancing those out and establishing a price through the auction, through the PRA. Now, this auction construct I mentioned, there have been a number of reforms over the years. It seems like almost every year or two we're implementing some tweak or some major reform into these markets here, especially recently. But if we think about the requirement and the demand, right, the demand curve, those fundamentals really have not been changed at all in the better part of the first 15 years of MISO's capacity market through all its forms. We've had a fixed requirement, and the auction is built upon the concept of fully meeting the requirement or not. Right? It's a 1-0 all or nothing type of an outcome. The PRA, or the auction, is held on a prompt year basis at MISO, meaning that even though it spans all of the lead up to the auction, spans the better part of 5 months or so, the auction itself takes place at the very end of March each year. MISO works through clearing the auction and preparing all the results over the month of April. We make public the results of the auction right at the end of April, usually the last business day or two. And then the outcome of the auction goes into effect the immediate next June 1st, just about a month after the auction results are released. So this is a prompt year auction where requirements are set, but once the auction takes place, within the better part of a month, the results of the auction begin to take effect for that following summer. And the auction, I think this is a fairly common concept across many RTOs and ISOs that have some manner of capacity market available, but technically it is a single sealed ballot style auction. It's really more of an optimization. There's no competitive bidding, or it's not like eBay for where there's a gavel, some type of competitive bidding on resources. We set the requirement. All resource owners provide their bids or their offers at a price. And then MISO through the auction, we're essentially just stacking those offers from least cost to highest cost and minimizing the cost of serving the requirement. It's really the objective function of the auction is to meet the requirement at lowest cost possible. And it is envisioned, this is an important point, you know, the auction is, and the capacity market at MISO has always been envisioned as a residual market. That is a market for what remains after the primary planning and the primary risk has already been satisfied, right? So I think it's very pertinent, not just to the topic today, but to the audience. The primary planning role, by and large, is held at the level of the LSE and the states within MISO, right? There may be some unique exceptions to that, but the market at large exists to inform the planning that is taking place through actions just like integrated resource plans through those activities. So the PRA has never been intended as a primary source of capacity for load serving entities to serve their load, but a residual market source for the last risk. And then ultimately, again, I think this is understood, but just to hit on it quickly, the PRA is a zero-sum game. It is yes, we establish cost. Yes, there are load-serving entities or resource owners which may have positions in terms of load and resources in the auction, which result in significant revenue or significant cost. But at the level of the entire MISO market, is essentially redistribution of funding. There is no net revenue that is generated during the auction process itself. So with that said, let's look at some history on how things used to be prior to RBDC. I think it's really important to first establish a good understanding of that before we really understand the drivers for RBDC or the reliability-based demand curve itself. So this is the good old days. For many of us, it's been around for a while in the capacity market. And I'll try to lead through this visual on the right-hand side. It's really a relatively simple optimization. And you can be fairly safe interpreting just this chart here on the right and applying it to many of the fundamentals of how the PRA works. I know it's a long, complicated process. There's a lot of deadlines, a lot of data requests, information exchange that goes into the planning resource auction. But clearing it at the end of the day is really just a relatively simple optimization. So prior to RBDC, this graph on the right is effectively how it's at least illustrative of how we've got a computational engine that does all the math in it, but we can look at this visually and understand what's going on. This is how we would clear the market. We collect all load forecast information from a system coincidence perspective from all load serving entities. All load serving entities, this will happen in about 6 weeks from now. All load serving entities submit their peak forecast to MISO, and we could, I know I don't have it here on the chart, but we could say it's in the range of about 125,000 megawatts, which is pretty typical for the summer. We add on to that number a transmission loss assumption, which is typically 2 or 3%, depending on the LSE, and our planning reserve margin percentage, which tends to be in the range of 7 to 9% in the summertime. So when we add those in, we'll come up with our PRMR. That's our requirement. This is the load that we need to be prepared to serve in order to keep the system reliable to our target metric. And I'll get into that here in a minute, but our 1 in 10 target metric out of the LOLE. So that's this vertical dotted line on the chart. That is our PRMR. That is the target we must achieve to be reliable, that line. Then after we've set the requirement in the auction, MISO receives offers for all capacity. The one that has accredited capacity, there are some exceptions, but by and large, everyone has accredited capacity that either must make an offer or has a desire to make, to offer that capacity in the MISO market, puts their offers in. Offers may be put in at anywhere from a $0 price up to technically up to near our cone pricing. And so this is the blue line here at the very bottom. It's so close to the bottom of the chart, it actually hugs the x-axis of the chart at $0 from roughly the first megawatt offered all the way to the 130,000th megawatt offered in to the MISO market. And so that's what it looks like. And this is representative of what the offer curve, or the supply curve, if we want to think about it from an economic principles perspective, has looked like for the entirety of MISO's existence and operating the capacity market. So the better part of the last 10 to 15 years. We stack those offers, already stacked here visually, right? But we essentially stack or sort those offers from least cost to highest cost. And at the point at which that offer line intersects our vertical line, that's it, we're done. This sets the price. I've got some arrows here, right? This sets the price at, let's say, in the range of about $20 per megawatt per day, which is typical for anyone familiar with our historical outcomes. It'd be very, very low, $1, $5, $10. Not really representative of the true value of capacity, arguably, but nonetheless, that is the outcome. The major takeaway I want to leave with folks here on this slide is that, unlike when we're in maybe 10th grade and learning about microeconomics and we draw our supply and demand curves, here in the real world, this supply line is finite. It ends. And the line that I have drawn here is pretty representative of what MISO has seen for many years, that this supply line ends at a little over 140,000 megawatts. And there is arguably no real representation of how close the system as a whole gets to this cliff's edge from purely a price perspective. And that will shift us then to our next slide. Right. So this trend has occurred for many, many, many years, really the entirety of, I would say, MISO operating capacity market. I'm showing the better part of the last decade here on the right, where we can see that, you can see going back that back in the 2015-16 planning year, our green line, which represents total accredited capacity, regardless if it's offered in or not, right? The total accredited capacity is roughly 10 gigs, right, 10,000 megawatts above our requirement, above our PRMR. Prices are low. Many, if not most, load-serving entities within all of MISO, and certainly this is representative of Indiana as well, and what we term Zone 6, the better part of Zone 6 in MISO, are composed of vertically integrated utilities or generation owners which are recovering their direct cost for operating and even the capital investment, typically through base rates. And the planning resource auction is not seen and not really needed as a source of any type of revenue to support those resources. And so we have this year over year over year of a very long offer curve at a very low price, and outcomes from the auction are also very low. And that's the lines at the bottom of the chart. It's at 15-16 through all the way through 19-20. The better part of MISO is clearing at less than $10 per megawatt per day. This trend continues for some time, and over time we can see it is subtle, but it's representative here. Over time we can see that the delta, right, the difference between that green line at the top and our kind of maroon shaded line there at the bottom begins to get thinner and thinner, all while with the exception of a couple zonally specific outcomes for, I believe, 7 and 5 in a couple years, all the while capacity prices for the majority of MISO remain very, very low until we hit this pinch point. We can probably see this pinch point pretty clearly here, the 22-23 planning year. There was not enough capacity offered in. Arguably, we can see even the accredited capacity dips significantly in that year. And this results in our legacy construct with the vertical curve. If the requirement is not met, it's what we call a binding constraint. There's a rule in our auction methodology where if the requirement is not met, the price for capacity will go to the cost of new entry, or CONE, which is our market ceiling price. At the time, it was roughly $230, $240. So that occurred over the better part of MISO. And we can see there's some rebound of that, but overall the trend continues even through the current planning year of relative to the need that we have set, the amount of accredited capacity continues to shrink over time. There's a number of reasons for this. There's a number of drivers. We could try to get into some of it, but by and large, there are some external resources which may have an economic driver to determine whether or not they would like to participate in MISO. Stagnant prices at a low threshold over time lead to those resource owners to look elsewhere for potential revenue for their resource. And then in terms of actually doing what the PRA ought to be doing, help inform planning, right? Arguably, even though some of this data is still available to those seeking it, available, the fundamental outcome of the auction, right, to establish a price which should inform planning, arguably is not being achieved, right? Low prices over time are really not reflective of incremental capacity and incremental reliability leaving the system. And then drivers such as lower, resources receiving lower accreditation and resources just leaving the market through retirement or replacement activities continue to make the number of available megawatts diminish. So capacity, again, I went over this, capacity continues to shrink. We hit this pinch point in 22-23. We go straight to the ceiling auction price. And then the very next year, everything's fixed, right? Suddenly, it's just a hiccup, right? Well, we experience an outcome where the requirement is met with some margin, but the underlying fundamentals have not changed, right? So this is a setup which will lead to volatile outcomes over time. We'll tend to have very high prices in the capacity market anytime the requirement is not met, even by a single megawatt, technically. And should that last megawatt be offered in at $0, we could have extraordinarily low prices, even if the requirement has only been met by a very, very, very thin margin. Yes, even a single megawatt. So that volatility was noted. It had been discussed and recommended by some time by MISO's independent market monitor that MISO implement a sloped demand curve, which is really what was referred to as the time. And MISO took action then following the PRA in 22-23, began taking action, ultimately filed with FERC to implement the reliability-based demand curve in late 2023. And again, the intention of this curve, we'll see how it works, and hopefully trust me for now, and we'll see it here in a minute when we're building it, or maybe hold your question for now, and we'll see in a minute when we're building it. How the RBDC is intended to address many of these issues, but a slope demand curve allows, the argument, right, is that methodology allows for a price to be established, which better reflects how much incremental reliability is still being offered into the system. And this is intended to really get back, the way I look at it, really get back to the fundamentals of what the MISO planning resource auction should be all about, is helping inform the market, helping inform planners on decisions that are being made, right? New investment, potential retirement, potential for revenue for those entities that may have capacity that they are deciding whether or not they should offer it and make it available. RBDC was ultimately approved for implementation by FERC, and our 2025-26 planning year is the first planning year in which MISO implemented this RBDC. That's the background. Now we're going to spend the next few slides building one. We're going to go through the basics of trying to shine some light into the fog of what I see this curve. Help me out. How in the world has MISO built this curve that I'm looking at in all of your auction results, right? So as with many things in resource adequacy, it starts with the loss of load expectation study, right? For I believe last year, this may still be preserved, but I believe last year we may have had a representative technical conference getting more into LOLE, but the 1 or 2 line refresher is that this is a probabilistic study. It has a target of achieving a 1 in 10 loss of load expectation. That would mean that we are confident there would be enough capacity such that the system would only experience an outage, right, an unplanned load shed event once in a decade, right? Any concept in engineering, risk cannot be completely eliminated from anything, but we can diminish risk. We can plan and design to try to diminish risk to a level that is societally acceptable. And in the utility planning space, even though this is, I think, being challenged, and perhaps rightly so, in the utility planning space for the better part of the last 80 years or so, this 1 in 10 loss of load expectation, or LOLE target, has driven the primary driver of planning. So with that target in mind, the LOLE takes into account all the generators, all the load centers, and most importantly, all the variability in weather, and not just dry bulb temperature, right? Wind, sun, extreme load events, right? We're looking at 30 plus years of weather variability that can be put into this model. Variability on outage rates, variability on load, how much load deviation will there be? It gets into even more than that, right? So this probabilistic study is very computationally intensive. It takes into account an extraordinarily high degree of variability in all the different factors that could result in the real world, and determines how much load or how much capacity is needed to serve the load, such that we'll only have this loss of load expectation of one event every 10 years. And that's this red dot. Bring it back to the visual. I'm a bit of a visual person. We're going to look at how this red dot kind of translates all the way through the RBDC. That's our planning reserve margin. You can call it about 8. I think technically it's 8.7 in my chart, but 8 to 9% planning reserve margin. We'll just plot that on this graph, right? That will in EUE, this is about 0.25 megawatt hours per UCAP of megawatt. Okay, for those that are familiar with that term, but this is the 1 in 10 LOLE. Think like a summertime load, which equates to something along the lines of about an 8.5% planning reserve margin. The next thing we do is, well, now with RBDC, we just add more points. And we call this, final bullet here on the slide, we call this the MRI curve, or the marginal reliability impact, but it's the same study. We just add and subtract chunks of what we term perfect UCAP, so chunks of capacity. I think they're between increments between 50 and 250 megawatts, but the size aside of how many megawatts are taken or removed from the model, we just run the model again with a little bit more capacity. As we add more capacity, well, our loss of load gets better. We go to 1 in 10 and a half, 1 in 11, 1 in 12, right? The number of events continues to decrease, right? Become more reliable. So these are the points that go down and to the right from the red dot, right? We add more capacity to the model, becomes more reliable. It's also more reserve margin. We can think about it that way. As we add more reserve margin to the model, our unserved energy goes down, our LOLE improves, and we never hit 0, but we continue to taper off and to the right. Going the other way, well, let's take capacity away, right? Take capacity away from model. And LOLE is worse, right? 1 in 9, 1 in 8, 1 in 7, right? There's more unserved energy. It's why our megawatt hours are going up vertically on this graph. So we continue to build this relation out. And again, we call it the marginal reliability impact, or MRI curve, because we, as engineers, we like long, accurate phrases and acronyms. But that's all it is we're plotting more points from effectively the same study. Here's an example, just visually. This was, these are some charts that MISO shared while we were implementing RBDC with our stakeholders. So for those that were close to that, some of these graphs may be, you may remember seeing some of these before, but these are real MRI curves. This isn't just an example I'm putting together. These are MRI curves that were developed. Yep, we do them by season. Yes, we do them by subregion for those that are familiar with the MISO capacity construct, but it's the same exercise, right? We start with our LOLE point, and we continue to build out in units of unserved energy, megawatt hours per UCAP of megawatt, right? It's the same study. We build out more and more points through adding capacity and taking capacity away. This is the last step. We use a conversion factor to translate or really transform, right? It's these same points, the same inherent characteristics of the curve are retained, but there is a factor. I believe the factor is net cone over the EUE at the LOLE point for anyone curious at that level of depth. But we essentially just translate that curve into a financial basis. And this then we can plot on the clearing curve from earlier. Right, so this is the RBDC then. So we have established effectively, and this is key, and I'll probably hammer on this more than folks would like, but the RBDC literally sets a financial value for reliability at any point on here. It sets what the financial value of just achieving the 1 in 10 is. If we wanted to know what achieving 1 in 12 is, or if we had a lower planning reserve margin, what is the cost of that? The reliability-based demand curve is that. It sets the cost at any level of procurement for the system, at least from a demand perspective, what the maximum price at those different levels could be. This is, the other thing that MISO does is curve would go up forever, right? As we continue to remove capacity from the system, that curve will escalate up very, 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 very high. So from an MRI perspective, so MISO, when we translate the MRI curve into the reliability-based demand curve and give it this financial basis, there is a cap. It is seasonal cone, so that would mean the price of the market cap price of capacity somewhere in the range, let's say, of about $125,000, per megawatt year divided into the number of days in a season, which is roughly 90. So if you did that math, you'll have a number on the order of about $1,300, $1,350. That's this horizontal line that intersects our curve fit RBDC that we've built. So this plateaued line segment, which then turns into this sloping down and to the right curve, that is an RBDC. And hopefully you can give yourselves a pat on the back if that made sense as we moved from, again, LOLE, build out those points to make an MRI, and then shift and translate that MRI into the reliability-based demand curve. So now we're going to spend, I got just a couple slides on maybe exercising or trying to demonstrate in real terms how this works. If folks are anything like me, this can take a little while, even though it hopefully is a fairly simple concept. This can take a little while to sink in because it really breaks the way that the planning reserve or the planning resource auction always used to work. So let's go back almost the very beginning. Let's imagine we're going to clear this auction. We still go through the same process. We collect all of the load forecasts. We establish our planning reserve margin, and we can set what we now call the initial PRMR, right? That's still the same dotted blue vertical line that we had from before. We've always used before. But now it's relegated to only adjusting where the RBDC will intersect, meaning it is no longer the requirement. That's gone, that's done. It helps us set the RBDC, and then that's all that it's used for. So once the RBDC is established, we'll go through, same process, receive all offers from resource owners. In the auction, we create this is the same exact offer curve we had earlier. We'll receive all of the offers for capacity. And now, instead of the point at which this blue, dark blue supply line intersects the vertical line, we now clear the auction at where that supply line intersects the green RBDC, the green reliability-based demand curve line. That is the point at which MISO will then finalize how many resources clear. We will finalize the price. And so we can see in this outcome, price is much closer to, again, this is illustrative, but much closer to about $100 per megawatt day instead of something like 20. So many orders higher in terms of the price, much more substantial. And in fact, our PRMR will only now be known. Major rule shift with RBDC implementation is that final PRMR effectively equals cleared resources. So the PRMR, which will then be distributed back to all load serving entities pro rata of their CPF plus losses, is based on this now 140,000 megawatt value at the point where those lines intersect. And so I mentioned this earlier, but this is really conceptually important from the perspective of RBDC. These phrases of cost of capacity and value of reliability, and I think some stakeholders thought I was just trying to be poetic in saying that, but again, it's actually a numeric interpretation of what's going on here. The green line sets the value of reliability. If there is a certain reliability I want to achieve, or if I'm curious how expensive it would be to achieve a certain level of reliability, the green line tells me. Right? If 142,000 megawatts of load is what we wanted to serve, maybe it's a 10 or 12% reserve margin. If I was curious and, well, what is that worth? Well, this curve tells me that's worth about $70 eyeballing it. If I wanted to know, and we'll see this on the next slide, but what's the value of reliability? What's the auction outcome if we didn't quite make the 1 in 10? The green line establishes that. So every point along the green line could be associated back with a particular planning reserve margin, a particular level of reliability. And that line then sets the maximum price for achieving that level of reliability at a system level. So again, should in this outcome now, given the tendencies of the MISO market, should there be additional capacity offered in beyond that initial requirement, which is very low? In fact, it's lower than the green line that we've established. We'll go ahead and clear that too, because it is on this basis, it is more cost effective, or it is more economical to go ahead and achieve more reliability if it is offered in at a low price. So let's compare that to a different outcome. What if it's not that way? What if there's fewer resources? Or what if resources, we could envision this blue line, this dark blue offer line being shaped a little bit different, but nonetheless, it intersects a little short of our initial, requirement that was set out of the LOLE. So again, the objective of RBDC here is it's intended to provide improved price signals, but that works both ways. Both were not if there's more cheap capacity available that should be cleared and brought in and provided some value for that incremental reliability, but even short. So this outcome prior to RBDC would result in a direct do not pass go, do not cut, collect $200 goes straight up to the market ceiling price, right? Well, now what RBDC does really recognizes that if I almost achieve my target, if I am but 50 megawatts away from achieving my LOLE, I'm still almost in 10. It probably is not, a really accurate price signal to send back to go to direct to cone. There is not a lot of margin here. I mean, you can see there's only about 3,000-4,000 megawatts difference, which at the scale of MISO is pretty small. But there's not a lot of margin between cone and that LOLE, but still not achieving that 1 in 10 metric will result in now a much lower price than what have resulted in the past with the vertical demand curve. So again, the major point I want to leave folks on for the mechanics of RBDC is that it establishes what the financial value of achieving reliability is, and that we will clear enough resources based on the price that they're offered in at, right? If resources are offered at a much higher price, we're probably going to be somewhere on the left. If excess resources are offered at a much lower price, we're going to clear further to the right. Here are the same charts. So hopefully these can be read now. These are in MISO's PRA results PowerPoint that I presented, and we still have available on our website. So for anybody that has seen those or not, hopefully you can orient yourself given what we've been through here. So the point, and I know we're close on time, I'll try to wrap up so that we can get to some questions here, but the point is that MISO sees the value and the intention of RBDC being played out in this most recent auction. In all seasons at a system level, more capacity was cleared than the initial requirement. And it's on a scale of anywhere from 1.5 to all the way over 6% additional reserve margin was cleared in all 4 of the seasons when MISO operated it. The other main driver is that these price outcomes should better send signals for planning for our member states, regulators, merchant generators, et cetera, because there's a very important takeaway. If we look at this for the summer, all capacity, less one offer from one resource, was cleared, all of it. All right. And so even though additional capacity was cleared beyond the original 1 in 10 target, what incremental capacity was offered in excess of that was all, again, with one exception, below the value for liability was established in the summer for RBDC. Then here's one other summary slide, again, just showing some of what I had just spoken to. We have our auction clearing prices in each of the seasons. And again, at least at a system level, our initial planning target in terms of reserve margin for each season is shown about 8% in the summer, all the way up to roughly 25% in the spring. And then in green, we're showing what was actually cleared. So in all seasons, incremental capacity and inherently incremental reliability then was made available and cleared in all 4 of the seasons for the PRA. And to close and move on to some questions, very much looking forward to another year of running the PRA with the RBDC, and really believe and hope that this implementation continues to provide additional information and improved market signals for our many members.
Great. Well, thanks, Andy. I'm just going to go ahead and open the floor for questions. If you have any questions, feel free to just raise your hand or you can drop them in the chat. I'm going to start things off because we did receive one in the chat. So I'll just ask that now. Does MISO have any plans to change the capacity auction to incentivize new builds similar to what is done in PJM?
And I'm not sure I'm familiar. I hate to ask a question back. I'm not sure I'm familiar with PJM's construct or approach for new builds. I would note that presently, at least as it's related to just the auction construct today, there is no, there are methods where new resources can be on-ramped during the course of a planning year. They will not receive direct auction clearing price in that mode. And there are processes by which we hope that the RBDC itself will provide sufficient, or at least some, some ability to earn, recoup some investment, spur some investment, but there is no direct that I'm aware of method by which MISO is at least presently planning to incentivize specifically new resources in its PRA.
Okay, and that was my question, Abe Lang from NiSource. So no, the right now is just it being a residual auction, right? It's just the question that is being answered at the prompt year that we look at is what if you got left over to sell to a party that may have be a little bit short, right? There's the structure of the market being that it is residual is not intended to incentivize someone to bring a new resource online in the future, right? The market pricing dynamic that you guys have established, the fact that it's only 1 year out as opposed to 3 years out or 4 years out. Do you follow what I'm saying? So
yeah, it's not a forward
saying,
market. Correct. Right.
Is there any plans to look a bit more forward than that? I mean, I know most MISO market participants are fully regulated utilities that build IRPs, and recognizing that. But yeah, I guess just the concern is like the price signal, for example, in like 2028, 2029 planning year, just as an example, right? Like,
yeah,
you know,
I appreciate the question, Lang. I mean, at this time, and again, this is Andrew's opining, right? So at this time, I'm not aware, at least of a highly prioritized effort to to move away from a prompt year auction, and if the specific incentive is the forward, not to take a dig at all against PJM, but at least the intention, because I used to be on that side of it as well, to run a forward market. No, there's no current expectation, or I'd say really a deep exploration that may be something that our market design team has in their overall course of work. But I'm not familiar with any kind of immediate or expected change in how the auction construct is set up itself, and at least in terms of getting away from a prompt year basis. We do believe that RBDC will assist greatly in providing price stability over time. Doesn't mean it will be certain, but it should be less volatile in terms of providing, in terms of year-over-year changes. So I don't know if that helps.
yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Great. Okay, we have another question here, and I don't know if you can go to, I think maybe slide 7. It's in reference to the first LOLE figure. Just wait a minute till we get that up. I hope I'm getting that one right.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Looks like it. Can you please go over the interpretation of the y-axis? Does that 0.25 mean 0.25 megawatt hours of unserved energy per 1 megawatt of accredited capacity? And then we've got a kind of a two-part here. Can you elaborate as well? Does that 0.25 value come from an LOLE study? That'd be value that is equivalent to a 1 in 10 year outage?
Correct. Yes. So I'll and thanks, Ben. I'll try to verbalize this again. So for purposes of a nice smooth slide transition from LOLE to MRI, we can see kind of those lines being built out. I went ahead and plotted that point in a EUE basis on the y-axis. So, and that's correct. This EUE, and this is described within the appendix of our Business Practice Manual 11 that describes how, in much more gory detail, how the MRI is built and how the translation is done to RBDC. But this point that's established, yes, out of the LOLE, that represents the 1 in 10 achievement, but it's expressed on this graph in EUE terms. So it just so happens that out of the study, or at least out of this illustrative study, okay, that at that point equates to roughly 0.25 megawatt hours of unserved energy. So that's not the number of events. We know it's 1, okay, because of the study, but EUE is a different measure. It's the amount of total megawatt hours that get left unserved out of the model per megawatt of capacity. Perfect, it's per UCAP of megawatt of capacity that is in the model. And so then as more, not to lead on, but then as more capacity then is added, the amount of unserved energy that's expressed in that way continues to decrease. So let me know if that helps answer the question there.
Okay, we got to thank you. So it seems like that worked out. Got another question here. How are CapEx and OpEx costs determined, and cost of new entry that is used to calculate RBDC? The reason for asking is with the large cost changes month to month of new entry generation sources in the market, in other words, gas turbines, are the costs reflective to calculate a timely, accurate RBDC?
Yeah, it's a great question. So, as with any human-made paradigm, it's just that, it's imperfect, but we make assumptions, and then we do our best to, hold fast on those decisions for the course of at least the next planning year, update those assumptions at the next cycle, right? So all of these inputs are updated annually. I believe MISO will be, it starts with the filing of cones. We file with FERC every year about this time of year what the annual cone prices will be, I believe it's per megawatt year, and it's roughly in the past we do it by zone actually, but in rough numbers in the past it's been creeping up. We're somewhere in the realm of $120,000 to $130,000. Yep, based on that same kind of simple cycle CT basis. It's been the reference technology for long time. So our market design group goes through every year what inputs, including OpEx, availability, right, inflation. They do a pretty in-depth study of what the inputs to developing that top number should be. It relates back to RBDC in that we orient this, if we go forward a little bit further, we orient this RBDC with relation to what we call net cone. If I can get back here on slide 10. So that red point intersects at a price of $800. Well, if my total of 125,000 divided by 92 is my 1,300, my plateau, how do I get 800? At a high level, energy market revenue on an annual basis is deducted from that, and we term this net cone. Net cone is one of our anchor points for how we take the RBDC and tie it down onto our price versus megawatt plot. So all of that analysis is done by MISO's market design group each year, and those values will be filed and posted actually relatively quickly. We may be discussing this topic even in our resource adequacy subcommittee meeting here in just a couple of weeks. But it's a bit of a kicking the can on that, but I can assure you those types of factors are taken into account, and that price is adjusted every year prior to the planning resource auction taking place, and they do ultimately impact directly some of the orientation and capping of the RBDC itself. So hope that helps.
Derek Stenklick is a founding partner of Telos Energy, an analytics and engineering firm specializing in renewable integration, grid planning, and power system reliability. Derek is a recognized expert on wind, solar, and battery integration, resource adequacy, and power markets. Prior to founding Telos Energy, Derek spent 8 years in GE Power's Energy Consulting Department as the Senior Manager of Power System Strategy and holds a master's degree in applied economics from Cornell University. So now I hope I pronounced your name, both your name and your firm's name accurately. So, let me lead off by saying here, this is an important topic because rethinking the role of capacity expansion planning modeling is, like trying to teach an old dog new tricks. So let's see how that works with me. So I'll turn it over to you.
Good. Thank you so much, Bradley. Thank you, Ben, for putting this together. Really appreciate everybody's time, and here to talk about a topic that's near and dear to my heart, but also likely a lot of you here. I saw the agenda for this whole workshop, and I think this will fit in nicely. Bradley probably won't be teaching an old dog new tricks, but I probably will be talking about a lot of the frustrations that you've dealt with either in doing IRP planning yourself or reviewing other people's IRPs. So I think this presentation is kind of well suited either for the practitioner that's doing the modeling or for the folks in the commission or other stakeholders that are intervening in IRP proceedings that can go in and kind of think about things a little bit differently. Again, a lot of this is coming out of my experience doing this type of capacity expansion modeling and then hitting up against the same frustrations over and over again, whether it's me doing the modeling or me intervening and reviewing IRP modeling. Kind of the same challenges keep cropping up, and this is an alternative way of looking at it. So I want to start off. This was done as part of an initiative with Grid Lab. It was called the Innovate series, which was intended to bring just kind of test out new ideas, really think about things a little bit differently, specifically in the resource planning space. So it started with kind of a write-up by the Grid Lab team and Nick Papas from NP Energy that really talked about what are the challenges and why is there a need for new forms of modeling? Like, where does the conventional capacity expansion, conventional resource adequacy break down? And then the two subsequent papers, one by Elaine Hart on iterative portfolio optimization, and the one I'm going to go over today around kind of this alternative to capacity expansion modeling, really tried to solve one or two of the challenges that came up in that first paper. So all three of these are publicly available. You can go to that website, find them. So we followed up this work with Grid Lab with another project called the Open IRP Initiative, which I believe is kind of going to change its name to Collaborative IRP. But really looking at how can we get the utilities, the regulators, the stakeholders doing more of this IRP planning, this capacity expansion planning in a way that's more collaborative, more transparent, and less adversarial. So that's really where a lot of this work is stemming from, and the ultimate objective, which will probably resonate nicely with this group. So I start out with this image. It's my ChatGPT image here of how I view the current IRP or capacity expansion modeling process, in which we spend a whole lot of time, both from the utility, the stakeholders, the regulator, trying to get our inputs and assumptions as good as possible. And then we throw all of those inputs and assumptions, knowing there's a lot of uncertainty and a lot of disagreement in the underlying inputs and assumptions. We throw those all into a blender, which is our capacity expansion model. We push the button, it gets really messy. And at the end of the day, we get kind of one flavor coming out the back end. We get one optimal solution out of that process. And so you can see just how I framed it here, my thoughts around that. It works, but there are challenges with it. And what are specifically some of the challenges? So today's process, and by no means if the utilities in Indiana or elsewhere that you're involved in are following this process, this is today's kind of best practice. I'm not trying to diminish the practice that's out there today. In fact, I think the more I've discussed and presented and tested out the method I'm going to go over today, it's probably something that, at least at first, augments the existing process, doesn't try to replace it altogether. But I'll talk through some of the challenges kind of in today's conventional process. We start out on the left-hand side, inputs and assumptions. We spend a lot of time here. You can see the stuff that's listed out here, the load forecast, which, I mean, I know there's a presentation earlier today about load forecasting. I can tell you, I would not want to be the load forecaster today. I think it's actually an impossible job, especially today, just given the amount of data center growth, the uncertainty in that, and where it's going to go, how much it's going to come, whether or not it's going to come, impossible task. So right off the bat, like bullet one, incredibly difficult, a lot of uncertainty there. Fuel forecast, probably similarly, anybody who can project out fuel prices 20 years in the future is lying. But of course, we have to do it, right? We have to do it. We can use scenarios to kind of work through some of that uncertainty. But again, just like the load, there's a lot of uncertainty. You go down, there's a whole study on resource candidates, like which options we're going to have. Resource cost, again, highly uncertain. Is solar going to see a big decline in price, a modest decline, no decline? What about storage? A lot of, and certainly now, even traditional technologies that we thought we knew the price of pretty well, like gas turbines and combined cycles, no longer the case, right? Like we've seen significant price increases. Nobody's really sure how long that will last for. The PRM and ELCC study, the retirement plans, again, a whole lot of work. Now, it's listed here in inputs and assumptions, but really what this is 6 studies that have to be done before you can even start your capacity expansion process. This is a lot of work. In fact, if you really put pen to paper and try to calculate the overall effort in an IRP or capacity expansion, it's probably mostly in this first category. So then we get everything lined up. We shove that all into a capacity expansion model, whether you're using Encompass or Flexos or whatever your tool du jour is. You get everything set up in there, you click go, you get out an optimal solution. Then I'd say this is where we're starting to see improvements. Again, this maybe isn't standard practice, but probably best practice, where the planners will go and do portfolio testing on the back end. So they'll take whatever that optimal capacity expansion is, say it's 200 megawatts of solar, 100 megawatts of wind, 100 megawatts of gas, 100 megawatts of batteries, and they'll say, okay, now that that optimal capacity expansion is done, I'm going to test whether it meets my requirements. And so that's production cost modeling, where we look at things on an hourly and sometimes sub-hourly basis, making sure we have all the operating constraints dialed in. We do it for every hour of the year, and we get detailed heat rates and detailed fuel costs and things like that. We have increasingly ex-post resource adequacy analysis. So while the input is a PRM and ELCC study, which is based on probabilistic resource adequacy assessments, we're increasingly seeing the need on the back end to test and make sure the portfolios not only meet the planning reserve margin requirement, which is what the capacity expansion model does, but make sure that it meets the 1 day and 10 year or alternative resource adequacy criteria. So that's increasingly important. The reason for that is there's a whole lot of interactive effects, and there's been a ton of research out there to show how much storage you have on affects the accreditation for solar and vice versa, what the load profile changes over time, that will affect accreditation, ELCCs, and the amount of firm capacity you need. And so there's a lot of interrelationships. So I think for right now, the best thing to do is, again, just back check the portfolios. And then obviously you need to do transmission needs. I think for all of these, this is shown in a one directional format here, where it's kind of moving through the capacity expansion into these portfolio tests. But in reality, there should and often are feedback loops between this, because the amount of transmission you need might affect your capacity expansion plan. Ideally, you'd have it all co-optimized, but we are not there yet as an industry. So you get to the end and you say, oh, finally, we did it. It's 18 months, 24 months later, we got to our final portfolios. We start sharing that with stakeholders. And in reality, there's stakeholder input along the way. The problem with that is there were probably disagreements and in the beginning, in the inputs and assumptions, where stakeholders said, well, I don't agree with your load forecast, or I don't agree with your resource cost. And if you can't nail down all those disagreements here, well, that just flows through the end. And you get to the end and say, well, you know, I didn't agree with your fuel price, so therefore I don't agree with your final portfolio. And so that's a challenge. The other challenge is, because you spent 18 months getting, or 24 months, or whatever the time frame is, getting through this process, by the time you get there, all of the inputs and assumptions at the beginning are no longer relevant. Like tax credits just went away. So now we have to go redo all of that analysis without tax credits, or with tax credits expiring much sooner than we thought. And so you can think through the challenges. I'm sure you've all faced this yourself. It's just a long process. You get to the end, well, now our load forecast is 5 gigawatts higher than we anticipated because data centers, we have to kind of go back and iterate. So again, that's the process today. It's not diminishing if anybody's using that, but we kind of sat down and said, well, what's an alternative to that? How can we solve some of this problem? And where we got to is, well, if we took this input and assumption bucket, how much of that could we put on the back end of the portfolio? And give us an option or a tool or a way to say, okay, we had that capacity expansion, or we evaluated a resource portfolio, but what if the cost for solar was 50% higher? What if the fuel price was $1 more? The idea being, let's give ourselves an option to move some of the inputs and assumptions to the back end of the process, and spend less time upfront nailing it down, more time doing sensitivity scenario analysis on the back end. So this is, for now, and we need a better name. I don't have a great naming going on for this, but our alternative portfolio design for this is, instead of optimizing, taking all of your inputs and assumptions and optimizing a single least cost solution, what if we evaluated thousands of unique portfolios? We're not trying to optimize one. We develop 1,000 different portfolios. And then at the back end, we're able to compute what the costs are of that. and start selecting from that. So this, I think, again, going back and forth right now, it's probably not a replacement to the IRP process. It's probably something you could augment on top of it. So I don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater, but we think this could lead to something that's faster, more transparent. It's multiple objectives, a little bit more robust on uncertainty, and importantly, accessible to stakeholders or interested public that want to be a little bit more involved in the process, not just getting a report at the end of the 18 months and saying, well, what's in this IRP, what's in the black box model, but how can they have a little bit more input into that? So I'll walk through each of these and what I mean there. But in terms of the steps of what this process does, so step one is to develop a select baseline model year. So one of the issues with this approach is you could do it for every year, but I think it's better suited to pick a few snapshot model years like 2030, 2040, 2050. In reality, when we've done this, the IRPs or utility plans have discrete model years that are really important. Maybe it's a bunch of coal retirements go in at a certain year and we want to evaluate that year. Or maybe an RPS triggers in 2030 and we have to get 60% of our generation from renewables in 2030. Or there's a 2050 climate goal or carbon reduction goal. So a lot of times, like at the end of the day, we have these steps no matter what. So I actually don't see this as a negative. It's just a reality. And where we've done some of the capacity expansion plans before, if you don't get a nice smooth line between those points, you end up trying to figure out why, and oftentimes, manually making adjustments anyway. So you select a few baseline model years, and just like the IRP, you select new resources that you want to evaluate and retirement candidates. So I think where we have to be careful and where this might be augmented on top of the IRP is the fewer number of resource types we can look at, the better for this type of approach. So this isn't a great approach if you want to evaluate 12 different potential types of resources, but really well suited if you have like 4 or 5. And again, when you think about the IRP, at the end of the day, it comes down to like 4 or 5 resources, maybe 3 or 4 that are being selected. Step 3, so we take those resource options, those retirement dates, and we're just going to create hundreds or potentially thousands of unique portfolios. We're going to randomly combine different amounts and different types of the different resources. And you could either, I said random, but it could be random sampling, or you could come up with parameter distribution. So again, another way where you could actually take the conventional IRP process and use this to augment it. But essentially, you're coming up with 1,000 different portfolios of different combinations of wind, solar, batteries, retirements, you name it, whatever we want. But the key thing is we're not just telling the model, give me one optimal solution. We're saying, here's 1,000. We're going to evaluate all 1,000. Then we're going to take those 1,000 portfolios and conduct a full 8760 hourly production cost simulation across multiple weather years. So this is a big advantage, right? In order to do that optimization on the capacity expansion model, oftentimes we have to simplify the problem, and we give it maybe a typical day per month or a typical week per month or an on-peak day and an off-peak day. Here, we're actually going to run through the full 8760, and we run through it for multiple weather years. And then really where the analysis happens is in step 5 and 6. If we're going to have all of this hourly data, we're going to have hundreds or thousands of different portfolios, what we need to do is have a way on the back end to quickly tabulate those results, recalculate them under different assumptions, and then visualize and filter. So the key thing here is in step 5, we seed the model with a fuel price, for example, but on the back end, we're able to adjust and tweak the fuel price and see how it affects the different portfolios. Because we're not trying to optimize, we can say, well, what would each of those 1,000 portfolios look like if gas was $1 cheaper or more expensive? So here's a couple of visuals. If I have time, I can actually splash up an interactive demo of what I'm talking about here. But this is an example of 1,000 different portfolios. So each of these is a segmented bar of I think it's actually 1,500 different portfolios. And they're sorted from least cost to highest cost. And so you can see there's actually, a lot of these don't make any sense. And would never want to consider something at that price. But you can see over here, the least cost is like our top 40 portfolios. And we have it segmented based on annualized capital cost, fuel cost, O&M cost, emissions cost, and unserved energy cost. And I'll get into why we have unserved energy costs in a minute. But again, just ranked from lowest to highest. And you can see what it kind of looks like is we're trying to minimize the total amount of new capital going in, right? The lower capital portfolios are really helping you out, but the ones with lower capital have higher fuel costs, and so there's a trade-off there. And what the fuel price is or what the capital cost is, you can see those start to flip. So what we can do is we take all 1,500, we say, well, I don't really care about a lot of those, and we can start down selecting. And you can see here, I think this is the top 30. Yep. Top 30 least cost portfolios. Again, this sliver is exactly this, just zoomed in. I can see now the different cost components of the different plans, and they're ranked lowest to highest. Now down here, I have what the new resource additions that were added in that portfolio. So firm capacity, again, specifically generic on that because fuel price is something we can toggle on the back end. So we can decide later if it's what type of firm capacity is it? Is it hydrogen? Is it gas turbine? What is it? We can do that on the back end. Solar, wind, storage, we kind of stack those up accordingly, and you can see the different portfolios. You can see some that are relatively different, and they're trading off different amounts of firm capacity or different amounts of wind. Like this portfolio here has a lot less wind, that's the sixth one in, but relatively similar costs to the ones to either side of it. And so that's really important, right? If you ask for an optimal solution, it might give you a single resource portfolio, when in reality, there's a portfolio that looks potentially very different that is very comparable in cost, but not quite least cost. And at the end of the day, while we're doing least cost capacity expansion planning, cost is just one of the many objectives when we're trying to do resource planning. So other things this affords us to be able to do is exactly what I just talked about, this multi-objective planning, where in this case, now we're taking those 1,500 portfolios and we start looking at them on different dimensions. And you can see here we have delivered renewable energy on the x-axis, so the RPS, and then on the y-axis is cost. And again, a lot of the stuff in the upper half of this chart is high cost portfolios that you don't want to get, but the ones down here are kind of all relatively low cost, and you can see this frontier essentially of the amount of renewables you can have on the system. You start to see it at some point. There's an inflection point where it goes down and then starts to come back up, and that's because of things like curtailment or just the amount of storage you need on the system starts to drive costs up at a certain point. But again, all of this will depend on the underlying fuel assumption, fuel cost assumption, and the underlying capital cost of the different resources. And so we have a way now that we can flip any variables we want around and visualize all of our portfolios. We can filter, we can down select. I can show some of that. So I'll kind of run into a demo later, depending on how we're doing with time of what this means. I hope my kind of verbal walkthrough with a few visuals was illustrative enough to make sense. But I'll kind of talk through some of the differences in how this approach works relative to that conventional optimal capacity expansion planning. I touched on this one a few times. The conventional capacity expansion modeling really provides a single cost optimum portfolio. So you put all the inputs and assumptions in, you click go, and out spits the least cost solution. Now you can use sensitivities, you can use scenarios to get multiple outputs, but at the end of the day, put your inputs in, you get one output out, and that's your least cost portfolio. I know there's some tools that will spit out kind of the second, third, fourth least cost options, but for the most part, you get your cost optimum portfolio. So instead of having a single portfolio to look at, we're essentially developing hundreds or thousands of potential portfolios. And what this allows us to do is look at kind of that full range of uncertainty, but also to develop rankings based on non-cost portfolios. So things like emissions, land use, diversity of resources, all of these things that could influence your decision on what the correct or preferred portfolio is, but isn't necessarily least cost. The model itself only gives you least cost. And then you also are able to see how different portfolios with different resource mixes might perform similarly at very similar cost. So second, again, that capacity expansion modeling oftentimes uses a simplified chronology, simplified transmission, like a single region, or maybe you have a zone or two, and grid operations. The benefit of this is we're actually doing a full 8760 chronology, really critical if we were looking at a system with a lot more wind and solar and storage, right? You want to have that hourly variability within a day, hourly variability from day to day, especially when we get to things like long duration storage. We really need not just one day, but we need to look at multiple days in a row and the hourly granularity that goes with that. Third, resource and fuel costs must be determined before modeling. And on this side, we are flipping that and we're putting that on the back end. So basically, because we're not optimizing around our fuel and capital costs, on the back end, we can say, well, of our 1,000 portfolios, let's just post-process what the cost would have been if we had slightly different fuel and capital costs, or potentially dramatically different fuel and capital costs. And so this lets us kind of do that sensitivity on the back end. We don't have to worry about the stakeholder process and agreeing on those assumptions up front. We can run through the process, and at the end, stakeholders can choose whatever assumptions they want, and they can see which portfolio works best under their assumptions. The utility can pick whatever they think the best assumptions are, and you can very quickly see, well, my portfolio works really well under these assumptions of resource cost and fuel. Somebody else can have a different outlook. It also, when I put this concept together the first time, it was right after the Inflation Reduction Act was put into place, and we were looking at all these resource plans that all of a sudden were no longer relevant because tax credits came in. And we said, well, now there's these new lower cost resources that we didn't look at. And now we're sitting on the exact opposite end of that. We had all these resource plans that included the ITC and PTC going out kind of indefinitely or for a long period of time. And now we're sitting there saying, well, okay, those just went away on us very quickly, and now we have to reassess everything. So again, because we're able to do that capital cost on the back end, we're less concerned about changes like that from a modeling perspective. So fourth, this IRP process is typically utility-led modeling, right? This highly detailed models. You have to be kind of a skilled user. What that means is the utility is often running and executing the models. The regulator, the stakeholders, everybody else is seeing the output, right? And they're reacting to the output. If we have a tool, that means we can kind of allow the user to go in. And while they're not doing the actual modeling, they're able to tweak inputs, assumptions, kind of filter portfolios however they want, and it really opens up that transparency. Fifth, for those of you who are in the models day in, day out, optimization is very computationally challenging. It's computationally intensive. What that means is you typically need a very big machine computer to be doing these types of optimizations. You might need 120 gigs of RAM or something like that, just a lot of memory in the computers to get the model to solve. Again, because we're trying to take thousands of different options and come down to a single optimum. This process, we're still running thousands of cases, but because they're independent of one another, we're not trying to optimize within the model endogenously. We can parallelize the run. So we can run each of those on a separate computer, a separate core, and we can run kind of split simulations, which can be much easier computationally to solve. Still need a lot of compute power, but we can run it in parallel. And six, the conventional capacity expansion planning, right? We're trying to solve this issue around resource adequacy and ensuring we have enough resources to meet the most challenging days. And to do that, we come up with this planning reserve margin, and effective load carrying capability. But because these are so interdependent with one another, we've ended up in this place where we have multi-dimensional ELCC services. So the ELCC of solar depends on how much wind you have, how much storage you have, and what the load is. And you end up with these very complex ELCC surfaces. And we're not doing that here. We're just throwing these portfolios together, knowing that some of them will have a lot of unserved energy. That first chart I showed you, there's a lot of unserved energy for some of those cases. And so we can either throw those out and say, okay, we only want to look at the reliable cases, or we can price value of lost load and say, actually, there might be some times when having some unserved energy is lower cost, even if we price in a very high value of lost load. Now, inherently, that's what the PRM and ELCC are doing. They're saying we're not going to drive reliability or resource adequacy to zero, loss of load risk. We're going to bring it to 0.1 because we know it's inefficient to bring it all the way to 0.1 days per year, LLE. But we know that is just a heuristic, right? That 1 day in 10 years is just a kind of a criterion we all got comfortable with over time that's inherently doing a cost risk trade-off. I'm trying to balance those two, but it's kind of buried and you don't see it explicitly. This can overcome some of that challenge. So with that, doing okay on time. So let me actually, I realize I walked through a lot and it might make sense to do an example. So if you go to telos.energy/demo, you can actually play around with this yourself. And I'll kind of walk through exactly what we have. Up here, we have some inputs and assumptions at the top left of a simple case that has firm capacity, basically always available when you need it, solar, storage, and wind, right? And storage, we have it on a lot of different durations. And so we price the capital cost on $1 per kW and $1 per kilowatt hour, depending on the duration of the resource. And it'll kind of automatically compute. Then we've got wind. Here is that scatter plot. So this is where I had that renewable percentage of load versus annualized cost. But the key thing here is we can change this on the fly. So maybe we want to look at, instead of renewables, we want to look at CO2 emissions, which I have here somewhere. Refresh that. So now we have CO2 emissions on the y-axis as relative to the renewables, and you can see that relationship and where each portfolio falls. So again, we have a way to kind of work through what is a lot of data, but try to do it in a way that's easy to get our hands around. Now, there's still a lot of cases, right? We have here 1500, so I can come and this is showing my total portfolio stack. The stuff on the bottom is existing, the stuff on the top is new build. And just, if I want to, just look at the new build, and this is that view of all of the portfolios ranking the cost. But again, I still have 1500 portfolios, so what I want to do is say, well, only show me the ones that are relatively low cost. I can either zoom in on this, or I can actually say, give me something that's less, only show me stuff that's less than 55. Come up here and refresh. And now the number of dots here, the number of bars is going down. Now I have a much smaller selection of resources. These are ones that are below, under these assumptions, below $55 per megawatt hour. And here I also get the benefit. I can say, well, what if solar is $1,000 per kilowatt? You can look down here. There's actually not much solar in my least cost portfolios, but if solar is cheaper, maybe I go even lower to $800 per kilowatt. I refresh that, and now you can see my portfolios here start to bring more solar in at lower cost. I still have some portfolios that have unserved energy, but again, that's being priced in. So, for example, this portfolio, my 5th cheapest portfolio, has unserved energy. There's two things I could do there. I could say, well, the value of loss load is actually more than 20,000. It might be more like $40,000 per megawatt hour. And I can price that decision in right here. And you can see that one portfolio now slipped back in the stack of which one is lowest cost. And maybe I only want to look at portfolios that are over 60% renewable because I have an RCS. Do that, refresh. So now I'm starting to zoom in on the kind of full solution set. I'm starting to get closer to portfolios that meet my criteria. And I can start saying, okay, maybe I want land use less than 20,000 acres. That is, again, important that we're not just optimizing around cost. And now I'm getting closer to a solution set. These portfolios, very close on cost. It's basically doing a trade-off between firm capacity on the bottom and storage. But again, it lets me view that and adjust all of those properties as I want to. So I'm sure this will cause a lot of questions. It's, again, written up in this report. And in my last 10 minutes, I want to shift gears a little bit. So I talked to Elaine, and she said it'd be great if I could highlight her paper. Very similar in her approach in this idea around looking at hundreds or thousands of different combinations of portfolios, although she went about it a different way. So again, both of these are written up and have presentations available. So this second approach, again, very similar. This is an iterative approach that directly brings in both cost and the resource adequacy or reliability requirements. So in this case, there is a, like when we plan our systems, there is an expected unserved energy or a loss of load requirement that says any portfolio we want to look at has to be meet a certain reliability criterion. And so what this process does, it starts out with a different combination of wind, solar, battery additions, and says, okay, where did that come to end up after I run that case? What was my expected unserved energy, or what was my loss of load expectation? Was it unreliable? If so, then I'm going to add a resource. And the resource I add in the next iteration depends on, well, which one provided the most marginal value to both reliability at the least cost from the previous simulation, and least cost being capital cost plus fuel costs and everything. And we're going to rerun that next iteration after adding a little bit. And you can see we go through a couple hundred where each time we're adding a little bit of one resource to see how the overall portfolio responds and whether it meets the resource adequacy objective. And you can get through. And so essentially what this is doing your cost optimization and your resource adequacy optimization simultaneously. And oh, I thought I had one more. Apologize. There's one more slide that shows this on an expected unserved energy basis. But it shows the EUE coming down and reaching a criterion there. We'll make sure that is posted. Again, you can get it in this report that's written up. And then lastly, I did want to, so this is all work that was completed, I think about, over a year ago, or 9 months ago. I want to highlight some work that we are also doing to build on this with Grid Lab. It's a best practice rubric and reference guide. So for those of you who are involved in IRPs, while I just talked about some novel work that we're trying to implement, we tried to go through IRPs in general and classify, well, what are good, better, best practices for each of the big challenges? What's neutral, kind of just, it's an option for an IRP, but neither good nor bad. And then emerging, like what I talked about today would be an emerging idea of like, hey, this is something we could do to overcome some of the challenges. So we tried to go through just IRP challenges in general and come up with different practices. I think that'll be coming out in a month or so. I think a good resource for this group. So check back soon. And with that, if you want to test out the little modeling tool, go for it. You can test it out. There's also some instructions and a little explanation of how we do it. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Well, I think you can expect to see some increased traffic on your website there, Derek. Also really liked your AI graphic. I thought that was really neat too. We did get a couple questions in the chat, so I'm going to go ahead and ask those. And then again, just a reminder for the group that the floor is open. So if you have any additional questions that come up, feel free to raise your hand and we'll ask those in the order that they're received. But first, we've got how are the project costs for the life of the project accounted for in a single year simulation? Is it primarily looking at a levelized cost of energy or a levelized cost of capacity for each resource type for the inputs?
Yeah, great. So we take everything back to an annualized cost for that simulation. So yes, it's not looking at levelized cost of electricity, but it looks at the total operating cost of the system. So the fuel, operations and maintenance costs, emissions costs, so that we get on an annual basis. And then whatever the new resource is being built, yes, we annualize that cost into basically what would be a fixed stream in the net present value calculation. So yes, we annualize the capital cost, but we're not, again, trying to optimize we're not just coming up with a solution based on LCOE, we're taking the whole system cost and annualizing that back to a single value.
Great, thank you. And then a second question here, how long does it take to run a typical capacity expansion model? And how long does it take to run the thousands of portfolios as you're doing here? It looked like it was in reference to maybe slide 11 or so. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, so the typical capacity expansion model, I mean, when we've done this, we'll take anywhere from like 12 hours to 30 hours to run. Like we've seen some really long, slow model runs when it comes to capacity expansion model. And the more, the challenge is the more detailed you make it, you're just, not only is it becoming longer to solve, but frankly, a lot of times we just hit memory limits. And as soon as we get a bigger computer, like, yep, we've got 128 gigs of RAM, we can do more with it, but that just means we hit the limit still. Like no matter how much RAM you throw at it, you're always going to end up hitting a limit at some point. Because again, we're not able to break this into discrete model optimizations. It's single optimization. So yeah, we'll be anywhere from like 12 to 30 hours on a capacity expansion model run. Whereas the parallel process, yes, if you had to run 1,000 cases in sequence, like you had to run the first case and then the second, then the third, that would probably take just as long. But what we're able to do, because they're discrete mathematical problems, we're able to parallelize it across multiple computers, right? Like we are able to launch it, and depending on the software you use, sometimes this will be embedded, like cloud computing. You can say, okay, I'm going to launch a batch of runs, and you can put it on AWS, or you can put it on Google Cloud, or you can just do it on your own internal server. If you have a bunch of desktops, you can kind of batch process, put it out to a lot of different computers, any high performance computing environment, and then stitch the results back together. So that's kind of the advantage. So it's not that this process is computationally better. It still would take a long time, but they are independent. We can split them and take advantage of cloud computing.
Hey, great. I have a follow-up here. I don't know if you're reading that, but yeah, could you explain a little bit more how the model uses a range of costs for fuel and construction? Is there a range of costs used, and each portfolio has its own assigned values for different technology costs?
Yeah, and maybe the best way to answer that is just kind of bring this idea back up. So essentially what we're doing is the solution, the production cost model, will give us not only fuel cost, but also fuel consumption. And so we just take that fuel consumption and say, if I have the same portfolio, but fuel cost was $1 more per MMBTU, well, we know what the fuel consumption was, and so then we can recalculate the cost on the back end. And so I can come in here and say, well, my gas price was $5. Now, what if it was $7? And I can kind of refresh. And all that's doing, okay, well, I only have one portfolio now that meets that criteria under, undo some of these filters somehow. So that's what we're doing, is we're back calculating it. Now, the astute observer here will say, well, your gas price will affect your dispatch, so you can't technically do that. That is absolutely true. Known, we kind of write that up as a known limitation of this. In reality, though, in most places, the fuel price will not actually change the overall dispatch stack, like the ordering of where generators will fall on it. And so that is a little bit of a simplification. You will start to see kind of some switchover points with some generators, but especially as if we're not concerned about coal to gas switching, right? Of gas all of a sudden becoming more cheaper than coal to run, which we do see. But if we're not concerned about that piece of it, I think it's okay to kind of post-process the fuel price on the back end, or fuel cost on the back end. So essentially what we're doing is assuming that the dispatch doesn't change much as you change the fuel price. That also gets more complicated if you're dealing with regional gas prices, where you only want to look at changing the fuel price in one region but not in the other. Well, obviously that's going to adjust your imports and exports. So kind of a known limitation, but I think reasonable given what we want to do here. And frankly, in a lot of the capacity expansion planning models, you're not going to pick up on like the regional import and export changes anyway. And then on the capital cost as well, on the back end, well, we know what the total equipment going in is, and we just annualize that in a annualized way. And you could always run multiple years of this if you really want to get that net present value calculation. Other questions?
Looks like we have one from Dr. Borum.
Yeah, let me ask perhaps a silly question, but you talked about how this methodology would supplement the more traditional analysis. I mean, how do you see that working? I mean, I assume you've done that process to see maybe the different ways of doing that, but could you walk us through how that would be done?
Yeah, we haven't done this yet, but one of the things I've thought about is doing kind of the same idea of having like an interactive tool, because I think there's just value to the interactive way, whether it's an Excel spreadsheet or whatever, like a tool like that, whatever you want to do, of being able to recalculate what the cost of a portfolio would be under different assumptions. So there's a few ways to do that. One is, and just making it transparent and like accessible to stakeholder. So one thing you could do is just say the IRP or the capacity expansion process comes up with 10 portfolios that get evaluated, and the IRP typically goes through and says, this is the preferred portfolio out of the 12. Well, one thing you could do is just put the 12 portfolios in some sort of tool or spreadsheet and just say, well, now I want to kind of just be able to play around and see how those portfolios change their ranking. And a lot of times, like utilities will do some of this themselves, and they will show rankings under different sensitivities. But now this makes it a little bit more dynamic, recognizing that, yes, you're losing, you're making some qualifying assumptions when you're doing that type of work. But I think this could supplement the IRP process is just a mechanism to take whatever 12 portfolios or however number of portfolios get evaluated in the IRP and just come up with a tool or a process afterwards to be able to very quickly say, well, what ifs? Like, what if the capital cost of solar, I'm not going to re-optimize what the portfolio would look like under different solar price, but I can see how the portfolios I looked at change. And so I think there's two advantages. One is, you could run a lot more base scenarios and just use that as a tool to filter, or you could just have it set up where it's a little bit more interactive, where stakeholders can kind of go in and adjust values themselves. So that's a process where it's like building on top of the conventional IRP process, not trying to throw it out altogether. And I think that's probably where this will land in the long run.
Okay, looks like we have another question here. Go ahead, Abraham.
Hi, yeah, this is Abe Lang from NiceHorse. Like, if you don't mind me putting you on the spot, Derek,
yeah.
Could you see this replacing the conventional IRP process altogether, or the expansion cost capacity expansion modeling and production cost modeling? Because I see, at least from a resource constraint perspective, and I'm talking about computer resources, right? Yeah. Like when you do it the current way that we are doing it, you do hit, you are maxing out a lot of the different types of things you can look at up front with your runs. Whereas with this methodology, what I'm gathering is you can kind of test out a lot of things, and then you just optimize the subset that makes the most sense on the back end. And so it seems like, and I'm oversimplifying this, it seems like some of this you could almost do in, you know, just Excel or Python, or do you follow what I'm saying? Like,
yep. Yeah, this is relatively tool agnostic, right? Like you could do this process with essentially any modeling tool, and then whether you do an Excel, Python, or a commercial tool, which like the commercial tool just let you get a little more detailed in terms of heat rate curves and operating constraints and transmission constraints and things like that. But yep, I think you're on the right track there. I guess to go to your question of do we get to a spot where it replaces? Probably, like you probably don't get to a spot where it replaces, but I think the two processes could get used a little bit more hand in hand, and like maybe you spend less time on the capacity expansion and you just use it to come up with like to seed what the
select portfolios you want to run.
Yeah,
right?
like
okay,
because like the negative part of this, like where this starts, the process I walked through really starts to break down, is if you had more than like 4 or 5 different resource options you want to look at. If you wanted to go like, I want to look at simple cycle gas, combined cycle gas, geothermal, nuclear, hydrogen, wind, solar, a lot of different durations of solar or storage, like, anywhere from 4 to 100. Like if you start having 20 options, well, now if you want to come up with a bunch of unique portfolios with 20 options, you need to create a lot of portfolios, right? It becomes untenable. I'd say in reality, like when you go into the IRP, it's really picking between like 4 or 5 anyway, even though you might seed it with a lot of options. The other way around that is like you could model a high capital cost, low operating cost. So like a base load resource, whether it's carbon capture sequestration or nuclear or geothermal. And you can kind of model that. That's the approach we've taken. We model that as an option. And then there's the inverse, which is low capital cost, high operating cost. Basically, you're going to run a peaker, whether it's hydrogen or a gas peaker, and it just fills in around all the other variable renewables. So we kind of seed it with those 2 options, and then you can use the capital cost and the fuel cost on the back end to say, well, what I really meant by that base load was nuclear, so I'm going to put in those assumptions. But yeah, it kind of breaks down when you have a ton of options, and so that's maybe a place where you do some of the work in the conventional capacity expansion plan to down select your options and then do something like this.
Got it. Okay, thanks. Sorry.
Okay, so like we have time for maybe one more question. I don't know if anybody has anything they want to drop in the chat, or feel free to raise your hand and just ask it directly. It's been a great discussion so far.
Yeah, and happy to also follow up offline. I know I threw a lot at people with a ton of information very quickly. But yeah, John.
Oh yeah, just since we have a little extra time. So is the thing that's being randomized is which resource like which amount of wind or gas is going to be made up in the final portfolio? Does that mean that for each of our like 1,000 runs or so that uses the same load forecast, or is there some variability in the amount of load forecasted to be met?
Great question. So like what I did here was had one load forecast, and then it was the resource side of the equation was what was uncertain. But you could just as easily, like instead of adding a resource to the portfolio, like, okay, what if we had different amounts of data center load, for example? And like one of the resources could be essentially a negative generator, right? That's like randomly, we're going to give it a spread of potential data center loads, and you'll see how the different portfolios react against, okay, that same portfolio. Like, okay, I only want to look at cases that have 10 gigawatts of data centers in it. Well, that's going to, all of a sudden, you're going to see a lot of portfolios that made no sense because they have a lot of unserved energy. On the flip side, you could say, well, it's good that we model the case with 10 gigawatts of data centers, but really, I think the answer is more like a gigawatt because I think a lot of it's speculative. you kind of have both of those here, and you could see how different portfolios. So we haven't done it for that, but I have thought about this as a way to like manage around some of that data center uncertainty.
Okay, it looks like that's all we have coming in, Derek. But again, thank you so much for your time. I think, like you said, you've shared a lot of really great resources. So again, I know people are probably sick of me hearing me say this, but we do have the presentation posted on our website. And I think you shared a link to yours as well, and a link to those resources you mentioned, the Innovate modeling series there. So thanks again for your time, Derek. And we'll give you a couple minutes back, and I think we'll turn over to Brad for our next speaker. I do see we have Kyle on here. So again, any parting words, Derek? Or
no, thank you all very much for your time. Hope you thought it was interesting, and I look forward to hearing.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, Brad, I'm going to turn it over to you to introduce our next speaker.
Okay, the next speaker is Kyle Thomas. Kyle Thomas is the Vice President of Engineering and Compliance Services at Elevate Energy Consulting. He is responsible for the execution of engineering and technical projects, client work and strategies, business development, industry engagement, and leadership and organizational growth. Kyle is a licensed professional engineer in Virginia and has leadership and technical expertise in many areas, including electric transmission and distribution, facility ratings, NERC compliance, and resiliency, to name a few. Kyle is a senior member with the IEEE and is actively involved in other industry groups, including Energy Systems Integration Group, the Transient Recorder User Council, the Electric Power Research Institute, and the North American Transmission Forum. He has held various leadership roles in these international working groups and has more than 20 industry publications. So in other words, he's a very busy guy. So hopefully he can help me better understand the transmission or the interconnection and transmission side of it, because being a state commission staffer, as I always say, we're a jack of all trades and masters of none. So with that, hopefully you can help us out.
Thank you, Dr. Borum and Ben, for the invitation here and for that introduction. Just to check, can you see and hear me okay?
Yeah, we can see you and hearing you loud and clear.
Great. And Ben, I'm not able to share my screen. Are you able to give me rights to do that?
See, I'm doing that now.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, you should have control now. My apologies about that, Kyle.
That's okay. Just wanted to check. Thanks, Ben. And maybe Ben, just a quick check. Can you see my screen okay? Whoops. Should be full screen now. Does that look good?
Yep, looks great.
Okay. Well, great. Thank you all so much. Thanks again, Dr. Borum and Ben, for the invitation to speak today. Really a pleasure to be here and talk through this kind of system-wide challenge that we're all facing. My name is Kyle Thomas, Vice President of Engineering Compliance Services with Elevate Energy Consulting, and here today to present some work that we did in collaboration with Grid Lab, some of my co-authors, Ryan Quint, Casey Baker. There's so much information here just this morning and this afternoon from Derek's presentation. We've seen so many deep dive work and presentations on various aspects of this large load interconnection work. Anywhere you look in terms of the grid, there's some sort of challenge: forecasting, resource adequacy, capacity planning, transmission integration, reliability. The challenges are kind of across the board. And so what our work here in this report and presentation today, we wanted to get something out there to the industry that was kind of a landmark of all these challenges, kind of surface level and starting to get a little bit deep into it, just to introduce the challenges kind of across the board, give guidance, recommendations where possible, as a way for anyone to get up to speed on all these challenges kind of collectively. Each of these different topics that I'll talk to we could have entire conversations and, full day workshops on each individual one. And that wasn't the intent here. And certainly not saying we're experts in all of these areas for sure, but wanted to introduce this overall. So hopefully, this work can give that kind of real practical guidance, considerations, and recommendations for how to consider these large load interconnections. So quick little background, I think we've heard this already. We heard Stan present on the Dominion region and the MISO region here today. And this level of growth, it is happening across the whole nation and actually globally as well as our society, Stan's analogy on cell phone pictures from, point and shoot and film. It's a great analogy, and it's just multiplied everywhere to the point that our daily society is just run on digital systems. It's run on data. It's run on our phone and computers. And so we're seeing this growth happen across the board. Some are exponential, some are more linear. But, if you think about what we've, recently been through in our industry of negative to flat load growth, and in a short 5-10 year period, we are now into linear and even exponential growth happening across the board. So that just kind of rapid change happening across the board is one of the fundamental challenges of it stressing everything out, all of our processes and systems to kind of accommodate this growth very quickly as our society uses these systems more and more. And of course, I think in the most recent, say, 5 years, the introduction of AI systems and new tools, large language models that are introducing an even bigger step change in demand growth as we explore and utilize new products and systems there. So, this term large load is out there. We always like to start with, well, what does that term really mean? So there are 10, maybe a dozen types of large load types of categories. You've got the cryptocurrency mining operations, large industrial manufacturing. Some states have mineral mining systems, grow house agricultural loads. There's a big hydrogen economy that's kind of in the planning stages and development in certain areas. And then we're seeing entire industries move from, say, fossil fuel burning in many ways to electrification. So transportation industry, heating and cooling systems. And, those are not necessarily meant to be like EVs at homes and businesses. This is really more thinking of at large scale, things like fleet charging vehicle stations where there's thousands of vehicles that could be charged at a given time, or bus depots where you've got hundreds of very large electric vehicles that are be charging. This is very, very large loads that typically are going to be connecting to the transmission system. Now, with all of that said, the biggest one, the kind of 80-20 rule here is it's all data centers. Some analysis done in the Western Interconnection that we were part of last year, 80% of the load growth interconnection queues were data centers. So when we say large loads, all of these are represented, but really today it's really dominated by data centers. And so we're going to really focus our conversation on data centers. Importantly, though, everything we're going to be talking about applies to data centers, but it's all applicable to the other large loads as well. So it's important to address the data centers, but I think a lot of what we tried to give in this framework was to support any of these other types of large load interconnections as well. They're all unique, but they all need some of this kind of some of the approaches and recommendations we're giving here. Of course, we kind of heard it this morning and just Derek's presentation on there's questions about speculation. How much of this growth is real? And it's a fantastic question, as Stan kind of alluded to. It's an incredibly difficult problem, and there's a whole host of approaches that are maturing on how to forecast. There will be speculation, but what we do know is this growth is happening. It may be a question of how much growth, but the sheer number of growth, even if you take a lower percentage of what may be in queue, it still is a huge amount of growth. And then the other fundamental aspect is speed to construct of these data centers and many of these other facilities as well is kind of maybe the number one driver. Cost and other aspects are critically important too, but speed is really an enormous factor, especially in the AI race, if you will, globally, that's going on to stay ahead of that. So this lays the framework of the types of large load and some of the aspects here. And, if you think about large loads today, think data centers primarily. So we've been on this kind of growth of large loads now for kind of across the country 5 years, and in some places, kind of like Dominion, has been on it for far longer. And some of the other hot pockets have seen it for a decade or more now. But within the last 5 years, we've seen just tremendous growth across the board. But what we're seeing while this growth is happening is we're starting to see some kind of what we call faint signals, but they could be maybe larger than just faint signals. We're seeing some events involving these data centers and large loads that start to introduce and demonstrate some reliability and stability risks of the bulk power system. So there were two events recently in the kind of Northern Virginia region, that kind of #1 area of data center penetration in the world. So it kind of makes sense that we would see some of the first types of events in that region, given there's just so much penetration there, bigger than anywhere else. And the first event was in July 2024. It was about 1,500 megawatts of data center loss for that event. And then a very similar event happened in February, and that number kind of went up to 1,800 megawatts. There's some report on the July event from NERC that's available that kind of walks through some of this. But what essentially happened at these events was there was a fault on a transmission piece of equipment. I believe they were both transmission lines. And during that sequence of a fault, the protection and control systems on Dominion system worked exactly as designed. They detected the fault. They isolated the failed piece of equipment or the faulted piece of equipment and did everything exactly as designed. Everything kind of worked perfectly from the protection systems that we've had on the grid since the very beginning. But what happened was that dozens of data centers in that surrounding region near that faulted piece of equipment tripped offline as that fault and protection systems were occurring. And that scale of data centers, dozens of sites turned into 1,500 megawatts in July and then 1,800 megawatts in February. I think importantly, the key aspect is that's a huge amount of load that you're lost due to contingency on the system. And I think critically, the probably biggest concern is that it wasn't necessarily something we were predicting. We didn't know that could happen under this type of scenario. And we didn't have planning studies for it, operational studies for it. It's kind of this new unknown operating state and this type of thing. So thankfully, during these events, nothing tremendous happened in real time or impacted really any other customers other than the data centers themselves. But it is an example of the types of new things that we're seeing, and we're still very much as an industry trying to learn about these. And so getting these reliability and stability risks identified and understood during the interconnection process is paramount so that we can prevent these issues and these problems from getting larger and impacting more of the bulk power system and more customers. Importantly, let me make one other point here is that the data centers that disconnected during this event, they took themselves offline during the fault sequence of events on that transmission piece of equipment. The utility did not take them off. It was very much driven by internal protection and control systems of the data centers. And so that's also another new world in the sense of trying to understand and coordinate with these customers how these types of events occur. So again, this is a leading indicator of okay, with all of this growth, we're starting to see things that we didn't predict, and we're really collectively as an industry trying to get ahead of these and implementing some of the recommendations that we are giving here, we think would start to help make sure wherever this is occurring, information and data is shared, models are performed, studies are performed to identify these risks and mitigate them before it becomes operational. The other aspect I mentioned on the background that puts a lot of pressure is speed is kind of paramount. And this chart kind of walks through the timelines for how long it takes to, from the very beginning of the planning to construction and making something operational. The timelines from grid infrastructure, from transmission, synchronous generation facilities, inverter-based resources, and then at the very bottom, data centers. And this kind of just highlights the challenge that we fundamentally have. I think we all know this and live this every day. The sheer fact is that the data center industry and the large load industry can build their facilities far faster than we can build grid infrastructure. That is putting a fundamental burden on the utilities and the engineers and the construction crews and everyone to move at lightning pace to get infrastructure built with this pressure between those two. And this manifests itself in a lot of ways: transmission capacity planning, resource planning. All of those aspects, fall in line into kind of this fundamental challenge, right? They've perfected how to build these data center buildings, and they're getting better and better and better at building it. We have certainly perfected how to build transmission and distribution and generation infrastructure. And if you look here, actually, our build times are very fast, 2 years, 3 years for the most part. Where things take a long time and it's kind of getting longer and longer is planning, permitting, and all that type of work there. Coordinating all of this work happening at the same time around the system is just making it such that it's a longer, complex process to get grid infrastructure built. And so this issue is another one. We had the faint signals of the reliability issues, and then this one is another one that's just ever pressing kind of every day here. So, I'm not a capacity expansion expert like Derek and team. I'm not a load forecaster. Where I'm a electrical engineer diving deep into the reliability, stability problems of kind of the bulk power system and the distribution system. So a lot of what I'll talk about today are kind of some of those challenges, while also how do you address them during the interconnection process. So there is this kind of fundamental balancing act that we are living every day. There's this balance between the economics of connecting and societal need of connecting these large loads and data centers. There is tremendous revenue. There is enhanced infrastructure utilization. There's new service models, tax breaks, job creation. All of that is happening, and the sheer need for getting these data center and digital services. Society fundamentally just uses them every day. And on the other side, we're balancing getting all the right information, all the right models and studies, dealing with the interconnection, dealing with regulatory requirements and processes, and uncertainty from an engineering perspective. And these two things are constantly balanced. They always have been. And right now, this is something fundamentally day to day that we are working to balance between how to move fast and meet all these economic drivers while also maintaining grid reliability. And so what we're proposing here is that we think our recommendations balance these two as much as possible while making sure it's not tipped on one side or the other. It's a constant balance. And this may very well be different region to region for sure. So mention those faint signals, mention the speed of construction. What are some of these key attributes of data centers and large loads? One of the questions we get often is, we've had large loads for a long time. What's so new about these facilities? We've even had data centers for a long time. We've had large manufacturing facilities and such. And so what's new about these facilities today? These kind of 5 factors highlight some of those key attributes that introduce problems that we're seeing today. The size, the scale and the prevalence of how many requests there are, and the sheer megawatt demand size of these facilities is bigger than we've ever kind of seen before. You're seeing projects in the news and in the planning stages and the interconnections that are approaching or exceeding 1,000 megawatts, a gigawatt of load at a facility, 2,000 megawatts. That is tremendous load growth at a single facility or campus. Something we really haven't seen happening. Maybe you get one of those once every decade or so, but now we're seeing them happen kind of everywhere at the same time. The sensitivity of this equipment, right? These data centers are all power electronic chips, server racks, computer systems, and even all of the buildings themselves with their cooling systems, their UPSs, their battery backups, all that. It's all driven by high quality power electronic systems to ensure, really high speed switching, very high quality power for the sensitive loads that they have. And that therefore correlates that they are very sensitive to grid disturbances. And we are very much in real time learning the sensitivities that they have and how do we integrate well with the dynamics and the just sheer nature of the day-to-day, second by second, even millisecond by millisecond operational dynamics of the system, and coordinating those two is tremendously difficult. I'd say also the bottom left there, given this is such a competitive industry kind of globally, there is a sheer competitive, confidential nature here that there is a very difficult in getting information for us to, on the grid side, to be able to understand how they operate, to build our models, run our studies. We need a lot of detailed information to do this fully and accurately. And today it's just often very difficult to get that, given the competitive and ultra sensitive nature of their industry. I think over time that'll evolve and work itself out. But today, I think we face that challenge collectively, and that's a hurdle for us to kind of answer a lot of these questions if we don't have information there. You also heard from Stan this morning where he mentioned that some customers, like a co-location data center customer, may not know all the details of who their tenants will be in their data center facility and how they might operate and what their load ramp rate might be. And so it's either from a competitive nature or really they don't know yet until they get operational and start to get tenants. Both those challenges manifest itself into a difficult problem and introduce a lot of these challenges that we're talking about here. Now, I mentioned the faint signal of where a large amount of data centers tripped offline due to a fault on the bulk power system. That kind of from a term of what that reliability issue, that's this kind of fifth bullet down. That's a ride-through performance and dynamic response problem. So that is when a disturbance occurs on the grid, how is the facility responding to that dynamic event and riding through it? And what riding through it means is very much just that if that piece of equipment or that facility is not involved in the fault and the failed equipment, it should ideally, and what most grid engineers and operators expect, are the facilities will ride through that disturbance within defined limits. What we found in those events in last July and last February, July 2024 and February of this year, were that these facilities, these data centers, did not ride through the fault on the grid, even though they weren't directly tied to it. So that ride through performance and dynamic response is a major challenge and a major question as to how big could those ride through problems be. The events that we saw were 1,500 megawatts, 1,800 megawatts. What if it was 2,000 megawatts? What if it was 5,000 megawatts? We don't know until we model and study this to see what sort of real impacts may exist. And importantly, also, a lot of these facilities, when they trip off from a grid disturbance aspect, they're switching to their backup generation, whether that's diesels, gas, solar, batteries, you name it, and they're riding through, keeping their servers online with their own generation. Well, the question comes to, okay, they didn't ride through the disturbance. When is that load going to reconnect back to the grid? And does the grid operator know that? Does the grid planner know that? And without knowing when they might trip, when they might come back, we really are kind of flying blind to know how this ride-through performance might impact grid stability. Now, there's a lot of other items here that all are very technical grid reliability challenges that I think there are various aspects of utilities and entities seeing these types of problems, either in small scale or larger scale, or just have fundamental engineering concerns about it because we know these problems can exist and we just don't have enough information to quantify the concern. So the ramping problem, the variability, second to second, minute to minute, hour to hour, and then of course month and year as that load ramping occurs in very, very fast time frames, all the way to ramping up over years as they build out their facilities. Each of those ramping aspects introduces risk and challenge if the utilities don't know what those ramping limits and those ramping values are. So getting a deep understanding of that is key. And I'll show kind of what that looks like here in a minute. How do these system frequency response and voltage control with such a large amount of load, switching off and on, back and forth, tripping off, coming back? What are the impacts to system frequency, system voltage stability? These very, very fast ramping of these data centers driven by AI loads, that can introduce power quality concerns, transient stability impacts, subsynchronous oscillations, which all of that can lead to risks and torque and challenges with our existing synchronous generation facilities that are connected to the system. That's why we fundamentally in the system know that if there's oscillations and power quality impacts, we really need to understand them to protect all of our assets on the grid from any very widespread ramping, high-speed frequency oscillations on the system. And then, of course, in order for all of that to be resolved, you're really going to have to look at your protection and control system, see how that's impacted, and make adequate changes in protection systems to make sure that if any of these problems that do exist, they get identified and isolated before they can cause a bigger system problem. So large amount of reliability concerns that we've either seen some leading indicators of it or have heard, and the industry is very much working to understand these with a variety of models and studies and assessments across the system. So in terms of that ramping, this is a real example of a data center, an AI data center operation over a 15-minute window. And so what you're seeing here is, first off, over the first like half or third of the time period, the overall load was pretty small. I mean, it was pretty consistent at about 5-6 megawatts, and then a huge jump up to about 30 megawatts. Stays up there for a while, drops back down, but only lasts down at that level for about a 5-minute period until it goes back up to 30 megawatts. That large ramp change, and then this is just one data center at a value of anywhere from 5 to 30 megawatts. What if that sort of ramping on this minute level occurs over hundreds of data centers? That's a really large amount of load swinging from some level low to high, back from high to low. And what happens when this type of load occurs, of course, we're doing a real-time load generation balancing on the system. The generation system and the stability of the whole grid has to respond to this and make up that difference. And so this type of 30 megawatts to 5 megawatts really quickly back up to 5 to 30, generation is responding to that in real time. And on one individual facility, that's fine. We can handle that. It happens all the time. But in a wide amount of facilities that could cover hundreds or thousands of megawatts, doing this either ad hoc or in synchronization, the system could get a lot of ramping of frequency and voltage at a tremendous level that we need to study, we need to understand, and be able to plan and operate the system to be able to handle this type of thing. Or if we can't, put limits on what sort of ramping like this can occur. Now, if you take even a deeper look, there's all this kind of second-to-second noise that's occurring on these kind of more steady spots. These are the rampings that occur on a second or even millisecond level. These are very, very fast rampings, which often is driven by when an AI data center is doing a training run for a new large language model or a new large language model tool. Think ChatGPT, think Claude, and all those new tools that are out there. When they are getting trained on billions and billions of data points, it introduces a really high-speed amount of switching while the training inside the data centers are going on. So think about all those GPUs. They're doing math equations. They're solving that problem. They're going to max output. When they finish a problem, they stop. Then they go back up when they get to the next problem, then they stop. And so you're seeing this occur on an aggregate over thousands upon thousands of GPUs in the data centers that are switching at very, very fast frequencies. Well, from the power system, that is power quality impacts. Those are oscillations. And if those are high enough in amplitude and at the right frequency, it can resonate with grid stability limits. And it can also introduce torque and other challenges with our existing equipment that's connected to the system. So this is an example of we need the longer term ramping understood and predicted. And we also need that really, really fast one as well understood, well known, and put limits on them. And if certain areas of speed and megawatt and time switching can introduce problems to the system. As an overview of the just other types of power quality problems that these can introduce, we've seen these over the years, the decades, and for kind of our whole time running the power system. Power quality is a major challenge on some large equipment. And these same problems are manifesting itself on data centers and these other large loads. So things like flicker, where lights will literally flicker inside of a house. Customers and others can see that, and it can be very disrupting and even painful for certain people that are maybe sensitive to it. Harmonics can occur from all of this, and that can really add wear and tear to existing grid equipment. Voltage sags, under voltages, over voltages, transient concerns. All sorts of these problems, when you get into very, very fast switching of load at the levels we're talking about here, these problems can all manifest itself. And so we have to get a really big understanding of these problems on a site-by-site basis, and then collectively, mitigate these problems during the interconnection process so that these don't get propagated out to the bulk power system and to other customers, and stop it before it really can get out onto the system. Okay, so I'm going to pivot now to talk about the actual interconnection process itself. So those are the kind of reliability problems, the systemic problems that we need to address. And the interconnection process is where, fundamentally our goal is to take the request in, study it, identify problems, and mitigate those with solutions in coordination with the customers prior to them going in service, right? That's kind of some of the fundamental goals of the interconnection process in general. And so if you think about large loads in general, though, there is really not a federal or standard process for load interconnections across the country. Load has always been more of a state level and utility by utility level process. And so you're seeing a lot of differences. And so what we wanted to provide was kind of recommendations on taking a look at a large load interconnection process and what would be a standard uniform approach to helping resolve these risks and these other challenges that I think we're all facing across the country. So this is probably no news to a lot of folks here, and it's kind of very similar to what Stan presented. ERCOT in Texas is seeing a tremendous amount of growth of large loads. And you can see this kind of growth out to 2030. Importantly, though, look at the orange and the purple throughout the next 5 years. That those are requests received, but no studies have been performed or submitted yet. And it's still very much in an early stage review. So that means that all of that growth is happening still has to get studied and resolved in the interconnection process to try to identify and resolve those problems like I just talked about, among other problems like resource adequacy, capacity expansion planning, all that type of other activity that goes on during the interconnection process. All of those have yet to begin. And, some of these customers are looking to connect in 5 years, and there's still a sheer amount of growth to happen. So this is kind of the scale of the problem of the interconnection process and our queues that are putting a strain. And so the more we get standardized processes across the board, of which ERCOT is certainly working on that in many ways, this is a challenge kind of across the board. So enhancements to the large load interconnection kind of processes. Some of our recommendations are these 7 key pillars here. So safeguard existing customers through updated rate and tariff designs. I'm not a rate and tariff expert by any means, but certainly know that that is a major theme happening across the country of what are the rate designs, what are the tariff designs, and how are our customers safeguarded from all the expense and the investments that are occurring to interconnect these customers. Raising that barrier to entry and establishing large load requirements. So you kind of heard Stan mention this a little bit on their process to evaluate the customers that are sending requests. They know the through a variety of letters and attestations and who these entities are, who are the customers that are really have site control, have the financial commitments, have the control of their facilities, and have the plans to build. And those customers that may not have all of that, right, they're maybe more speculative. And so raising that barrier to entry at the very beginning part of the application to ensure that there's as little speculation as possible, and that you have site control, you have financial commitments and requirements to make sure that only the most sincere customers and projects are really moving forward the process, so that we don't get clogged up with pure speculative projects. We don't want any gaming of the process at all in any way. And so raising that barrier is key. Improving and making a streamlined interconnection process with defined milestones, stage gates, and transparency goes a long way to making it more known and understood across the board. Developing accurate models and doing the right studies throughout that process is essential, and that requires key information from the customers in order for the utility folks to do those studies and build those models. Once you're running those studies, the core goal is to identify those reliability problems, identify the system upgrades, and then fairly allocate cost among the customers that are sharing in that those required upgrades, whether it's cluster studies or other study tools. Have requirements on construction, commissioning, testing, so that that what's getting built was what was designed, and the utility has the right information of when that each new facility went live. They have the latest and greatest final information when the equipment went live. And then for the life of the facility beyond the interconnection process, that kind of constant monitoring of how they're performing, are they adhering to the interconnection requirements, things like ride through and power quality requirements and the like. And that requires monitoring data and coordination and communication between the utility and the grid operator and the large load customers. So just a overview of the main key items. And now a few examples of specifics here. So mentioned kind of raising that bar for customers in that interconnection process, ensuring that just the most non-speculative projects kind of move forward. Well, one additional way is like we really have to raise the bar with the technical requirements of these facilities. So heard about this throughout the morning for sure of data and model sharing. What is the load limits agreed upon at that point of interconnection? You should have the customers have monitoring and recording systems in place in their facilities so that if things go wrong in the future and for the life of this facility, that they and the utility have the right data in place to be able to do root cause analysis and find out what went wrong. That ride through performance, put requirements in place for that. Power factor, reactive power requirements, the power quality, the oscillation dampening. And then you even get into kind of day-to-day operational activities, emergency response. Of course, flexibility and demand response is a main topic that is a tool being used and considered across the board. Really fine-tuning that during the interconnection process. Exactly how will that facility be flexible? Who's going to make the controls if under peak grid conditions, if that load in that data center or each facility needs to reduce its load? How is that going to happen? Is it a protection and control scheme? Is it in coordination with the utility? All these questions, setting those requirements in place at the beginning and working through that during the interconnection process is essential. Just looking at time, I'm going to try to go through it a little bit here so I have time for questions. And so I mentioned too that kind of transparent, milestone-based interconnection process. This is kind of the 7-8 key themes in that interconnection process that should be laid out and be very clear. And in each of these areas, you can dive really deep into the requirements in the process here. So that pre-application phase, understanding the requirements, getting them in place, having agreements there. So from the very beginning of that interconnection process, customers know what to expect from a really technical aspect, financial aspect, screenings, conversations with the entity. All of that is really key, even before the application is first submitted by a customer. Then you move to the actual application itself and making sure that application is very thorough, very detailed, and that at that stage, the entity is giving as much information as they possibly have for the utility to really have as much informed decision-making and information in order to evaluate site by site. So then, of course, the utility is going to take all that information, coordinate with the customer over a series of studies, that initial screening feasibility study, moving its way to the system impact study, and then finally that kind of overall large load facility study, system impacts, system upgrades collectively needed. Working through all that, you eventually get to signing the interconnection agreement. You then move forward to construction and commissioning. And item 7 there is really key. And I mentioned that before. What are the requirements in place to coordinate between the utility and the grid operator and the customer during the commissioning stage, right before it goes operational, making sure that all the final as built, as left equipment and protection and control systems are shared and recorded so that the utility knows what was left at the facility. That often that commissioning construction stage, that can take months to years, a lot of moving parts, but really clear communications, commissioning forms, checklists are key to making sure the utilities get the right information during that stage. And then, of course, 8, making sure to define kind of what are the expectations after you finish the interconnection process. It's that post-interconnection life of the facility for decades in the future. What are the operational monitoring, emergency response requirements? How do you ensure that the facilities are meeting the interconnection requirements on an almost day-to-day basis. And if bad events happen or problem events occur, what's the communication and coordination process to do post-event analysis, root cause analysis, to then identify those problems and systemically try to address those risks wherever else they might be as well. So this may sound to some folks very similar to what we have been now doing and evolving with our generation interconnection process across the country and across our bulk power system. And we have literally kind of gone through this same exercise already once before, about over the last decade, as we have interconnected a tremendous amount of renewables, or IBRs, inverter-based resources. So that is solar, wind, and batteries. As we have had an exponential growth of those generation resources interconnecting the system, we pretty much saw a lot of these same problems that we're seeing with the large load interconnections. We saw an exponential growth of these generation resources. It kind of broke a lot of our current processes, the interconnection process in particular. We were learning how they interconnect to the system from a technical level, learning the equipment, kind of this hybrid integration of the power grid and these power electronic devices. And over the last decade, we worked to study events and negative things that happen. Many of the kind of dozen plus major grid disturbance events that were reported by NERC, starting back in 2016 with the Blue Cut Fire event. We had events, we collectively as an industry worked to understand these. And then what have we started to do in the past, say 3 to 5 years, is we have new regulations, we have new policies to better improve the generation interconnection process and to better define the interconnection requirements and the performance of IBRs on the system. And so if you think about the large load interconnection, we're kind of in the same exact boat, but we're at the very, very starting point of that. So the good news is that I think we can learn everything, learn and accelerate by using what we've learned in the generation process. We can apply that to the load, knowing that there's differences for sure, but we've done so much as an industry to improve our generation interconnection process that we can, maybe speed up that for the load side by doing a lot of the same similarities, right? We need to manage that queue. We need interconnection requirements. We need barriers to entry that reduce and minimize speculation. We need commercial readiness. And we need standardized and agreed upon and shared models and studies. And that's true for the generation side. And now more than ever, it's true from the load side. So that's something we often share, is just think about what we've done in the past decade or two with inverter-based resource interconnections, and we really kind of have a playbook for what to do for the large load interconnections. It's a really good starting point. Obviously, there will be changes and differences that we'll all collectively learn, and the equipment is different for sure, but it gives us a starting point in a very large way and kind of a playbook to apply. Okay, so I've mentioned modeling and studies a good bit, and I just wanted to highlight a few things. So what is in a data center? I am certainly not a data center expert, so my knowledge is nowhere near probably a data center expert in their aspects. And so, right, this is kind of an example of the challenge of the grid engineers, the grid operators need to understand this equipment and these facilities enough to be able to build computer models in our grid planning and grid operational software to allow us to run studies where these facilities will be adequately represented on how they're responding to grid events and how they're operating. So we need to have kind of a somewhat decent understanding of what's inside of a data center so that we can, one, either build the models ourselves, or when we get information from these customers, we can actually have accurate models of these facilities. And so this right here is a high level view of what's inside of a data center at kind of the highest level. So in the top left here, this is where the transformers to the high voltage system, the electric transmission system occur. And so that's our utility world. Everything in kind of gray here is what's inside the facility. Now, every single data center is going to be somewhat different, and certainly not every data center and large load facility will have all of these aspects, but there are very common themes that most of them will have. And so one big example is they have typically a very large set of backup generation with a UPS, an uninterruptible power supply. And those two systems fundamentally work to make sure that the load at the data center, which is the office load, but really it's the server racks, the cooling systems, the networking equipment, keeping the data center running, that UPS is always looking at what's happening on the grid, what's happening on the voltages, the frequency on the grid connection. And if there is some sort of problem on the grid side, my UPS is going to disconnect from the utility, keep all that load operational for a very short period of time. We're talking about seconds, just enough time, maybe minutes, but just enough time for the backup generation to turn online. And now the facility will run on the backup generation. While the utility, the grid, gets resolved, gets repaired, and then at some time when the grid is back, they'll switch back to the utility connection and return back to normal. Well, that in a model needs to be really well understood. At what point does that UPS switch to backup generation? What are those voltage set points, frequency set points, the timers? All of that is really key to have in our models so that we can understand when these facilities might trip offline and also when they might come back if there is some sort of grid disturbance. Now, you've got all of the server equipment, you've got the power supplies that feed those. Those have unique characteristics and settings as well. You have the cooling systems, which are also power electronic based. They might have their own facilities. They might have their own electrical characteristics. And then you also have a large amount of additional add-on equipment that will ideally help resolve many of the reliability impacts from the data center from going to the system. So all of these are tools that could be used. They're maybe not always done being right now, but of course, capacitor banks are key for power factor correction, reactive power support. You could have filters that either active or passive filters that would filter out harmonics from going to the system, or if the utility has harmonics, they can filter it from going to the sensitive loads inside the data center. And then what we're seeing in real time happen more and more is more sophisticated equipment like battery energy storage systems and enhanced StatComs, and I'll talk a little bit about that here soon, that aim to reduce some of these new problems like oscillations or ramping that can occur that can negatively impact the bulk power system. So those would be a part of the overall model of the facility if they're attached to the data center here. And so the mission for the utility engineers and operators is to understand these facilities with this equipment, build a model or many models, add that to our planning and operational studies, and hopefully, when we get through that process, those models are accurate enough that they're, accurately reflecting how these facilities operate under all sorts of different grid conditions and scenarios that we study in our planning and operational forward-looking analyses. That's a very tough problem for grid engineers to do this because we're not experts on this, and it's especially challenging if you don't have any information from the customers to be from like what you're looking at here to get that information and build that model. Now, ideally, what many are starting to do is put in the interconnection process and interconnection requirements as you put in forms or information requests that the customers give you this information as detailed as possible so that the grid engineers and planners can build the models for these facilities. Now, taking it one step further, the ideal approach and what happens in the generation world is the customers are responsible for building these models and sharing them with the utility. So they build the models, they know the equipment, they test the models, and then they give a kind of verified, validated model to the utilities for their facility, and the utility can then just plug that into their models and do their studies, knowing that the model for the data center is accurate as possible. We're not there today and across the board, but this is a key area of like for us to address many of these problems. We have to have good information. We have to have good models for us to do adequate studies of these facilities. Now, what are those studies? For these large loads, we should be doing the kind of core set of studies for each and every interconnection of large loads, cluster studies and the like. We should be doing, of course, our steady state power flows. We should be doing dynamic transient stability studies. And given the complexity of these facilities, we should also do what's called EMT, electromagnetic transient studies as well, to really help address some of the really complex stability problems that these can introduce. What are those kind of power electronic interactions, the oscillations, and how to mitigate those if they are a problem. And then, of course, we should be looking at short circuit studies, which help us with our breaker duty protections, coordination of our protection systems with the utility as well. So these should be done as kind of standard across the board. But again, they're only as accurate as the models are that are used for each of these facilities. So mentioned that there are solutions to some of these problems that the industry is now starting to have available and starting to test out. And these are really complex solutions. So one aspect is battery energy storage systems, the same type of batteries that are being plugged in with solar farms, wind farms, and the like. They can be used to help ride through or resolve or lessen some of these oscillations, these ramping problems, because it's a big energy storage device. So if the load at the data center is going up and down and negatively impacting the grid, the battery can basically just do the opposite. And by doing that within the limits of the equipment, it could potentially reduce the ramping and the negative stability problems going back to the system. In addition, beyond just a battery, there's even more sophisticated advanced technologies that are being developed by the key big manufacturers of grid equipment around the world that are custom built to help with these kind of ramping and oscillation problems. So this is one example of an enhanced StatCom produced by Siemens, and its sole purpose is to reduce the variability coming out of a data center. And so what you're seeing here in gray is the ramping of a data center up and down over seconds, right? This is about 100 seconds time frame with load ramps that are anywhere from 20 to 60 megawatts. That's a lot of ramping very, very quickly. And what you're seeing is with the StatCom added, that ramping gets much reduced. And this turns into something like a 2 to 5 megawatt swings over time that completely helps eliminate these really risky, high frequency, high magnitude rampings at a facility here. So I think the industry is evolving and there's lots of tools, and these types of solutions are really key to, identify the problems during the interconnection process and identify what solutions are needed before these facilities go operational so that these problems can get addressed during the interconnection process and not afterwards. And my last slide here, I know we've got about 10 minutes for Q&A. All of this comes to, here on this workshop on this IRP technical conference here is like, what are the regulatory considerations here? So just from both a state regulator, federal, regulations, NERC regulatory aspect, we think collectively have a lot of tools that we can implement by asking the type of questions about what existing processes, what existing interconnection requirements are there, and then either recommending or requiring these things to be done in the large load interconnection world. And, of course, the missions of protecting existing customers, the jurisdictional questions between state and federal are key here. Load is a different beast in many ways than, say, generation. All those have to be accounted for. What's that application process? How is that queue being managed? Is it transparent and publicly available if possible? And then all the other aspects that we kind of mentioned here. These are all really key questions to have at events like this and other types of hearings that can lead the way to, region by region, state by state, and someday maybe collectively across the country. What are the right large load interconnection processes and requirements to get in place to protect the whole bulk power system, to mitigate risk before they become operational, and reduce cost to existing and other customers as much as possible. So just some food for thought. All of this can be framed in questions and discussions and eventually regulatory policy potentially to help address these risks. With that, Ben, that's the end of my slides, and I'm happy to have Q&A and talk with anyone.
Sounds great. Well, thanks for a great presentation, Kyle. The floor is open. I am going to start with the questions that we had in the chat, just as a starting point. So I'll go with our first one, and this actually came up during one of our other discussions, and it seems like we had an audience member here drop a good paper on water use, but just wanted to see if you had any kind of sense of the amount of water data centers use on a daily basis. Just want to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, great question. I do not have numbers on that. However, all I can share is I know that area for the data center industry is evolving and improving across the board as well. They're getting more efficient with their water use, and there's certain regions where they have very, very limited water availability, and they're still building data centers. So I know from the cooling system perspective, there's lots of technologies available that can either reduce or minimize that water use where necessary. And I know there's always that look of efficiency there, but I'm sorry, I really can't give any numbers or specifics on that water use. But the way I always have thought about it is, the key requirements for any data center are power, fiber optic communication systems, water, and then of course the land and the technical experts. And certainly in some of the key hot pocket regions in the around the country where the most data center growth, each one of those are met in some positives and some negatives, and they balance that out by designing their facilities to handle what sites they're connecting to overall.
Sounds great. And it seems like that paper that was that's in the chat currently has several likes in there, so that seems to be maybe a pretty good resource as well. Next question, could you expand on why the data centers would want to drop themselves during a contingency situation? Are they tripping on under frequency or low voltage or something else?
Yeah, great question. I think that they can, maybe I'll just show this, right? They can be tripped from, say, frequency problems, voltage problems. I think most of them are voltage, but both voltage and frequency challenges are things that their controllers are watching that kind of grid interconnection for voltage issues and frequency issues. And the reason being is, data centers, and if you think about it like the internet, it never goes off. And in large part, that's because of the design of these data centers. These servers are meant to always be operational such that if you ever go to Google or if you open up an app, it's always going to be operational. If data centers were constantly being tripped offline and the servers were shutting down, those services would not exist. And so our society and the use of these tools has really gotten accustomed to our apps and our tools always being available. Look at this Teams meeting, right? We're on Teams, we're on virtual meetings all day, every day. And so if the systems that, host the data centers that host these virtual meeting tools just weren't available, that would be really impactful to every business everywhere right now. And so if you think about that, their goal for most data centers is to keep them operational under all conditions and keep those servers running at all costs. And that's why they have a huge amount of backup generation, such that if there's any problems with the utility impacting their operation of their servers and their networks, they have a backup redundant option. And so that's the core mission of this redundancy stuff, is to, if there's ever any problems with voltage, frequency, or other issues of the power coming into the data center, feeding everything, they've got a backup option. And the big question is, what are those limits? What are those voltages, currents, harmonics, frequencies that could, trip the data center from the utility connection and move to the backup? The utility folks really need to know that, so that we can coordinate with the data center companies, find a good balance between the two, and keep reliability under all types of grid disturbances.
Okay, sounds great. We've got here another question. Generation interconnection agreements are tariff and regulatory driven. Are your load interconnection agreements tied to a particular tariff and regulatory rule?
That's a great question. In the federal sense under FERC, we have the large generation interconnection agreement. We have the large generation interconnection procedure or process. Those are FERC mandated across the country. We do not have, to the best of my knowledge, and if anyone has any other insight, we'd love to make sure we're not missing anything, but there is no equivalent at a federal level of a large load interconnection agreement or a large load interconnection procedure. I think that could be something that would potentially be really valuable to set a standard across the board with regulatory policy for everyone, like a baseline, and could be formalized into tariff as well. But given that it's not there at the federal level today, I think that question, the answer to that question is, it's going to depend state by state. how that load interconnection process is mandated. Is there regulatory policy or a tariff requirement at a state level for that process? If those don't exist, then it would be up to each individual entity to find their own large load interconnection process, agreement, and such. And I think that's what we're collectively seeing is attention to that and trying to get standardization as much as possible anywhere. And that's certainly one of the things we would, we recommend in our report is that the more we can make this standardized across the board, the more efficiencies we all make, and the more we can make sure that all these problems are addressed everywhere, not just in certain areas, and then other places are catching up.
Okay, and then for the last question we had in the chat, in your proposal for a load interconnection study process, would the new load customers be responsible to pay for all of the transmission upgrades like the new gens typically do?
Yeah, great question. I think that the generation model is probably the one I would start with, where if there's, say, cluster studies being done from all the generation interconnection requests under one cluster, any identified system upgrades for the not the direct interconnection cost, the direct substation and interconnection work, that's going to be paid for today, and that's paid for today by every customer, generation or data center, right? If you're wanting to interconnect there and you need a substation and you need a transmission line built out or distribution circuits built out, that direct interconnection costs are being paid for by the customers. I think these broader system upgrades, ideally they get fully identified during the interconnection process. And, if you move to a cluster-based study process with large loads, you get a whole collection of efficiencies there by looking at a whole host of customers interconnecting around the system and identify what are the right system upgrades to make this make the most sense. You can also get efficiencies where if there's multiple customers in one area, well, maybe the collective cost can get reduced if instead of building 3 separate substations, you can actually share and build one larger substation that feeds multiple customers. Now, again, it's going to depend customer by customer, what sort of redundancy and what sort of systems they want to pay for and require. But those questions can get answered, and I think can make sure that we're making efficient analyses and efficient cost there while identifying for all of these customers interconnecting, what are the system upgrades, and then how does that kind of cost allocation get spread across those customers? Very similar model in my mind to the generation interconnection world.
Great. Actually, we just had one more come in the chat. Do you have additional recommendations related to grid connected on-site generation? So behind the meter generation that is not entirely behind the meter?
Yeah, I didn't really get into that too much here of, say, front of the meter, the other type of co-location data centers and large loads. So we heard from Stan, right? The data center world has co-location data centers. And those are where the data center developers and owners and operators, they have tenants that rent out rack space and system space and power within their facilities. I'm not talking about those co-location. I'm talking about co-location where the large load is partnering with or developing large generation that could be front of the meter, gas facilities, solar, wind, batteries, not just what we used to see of just a large bank of smaller backup generators, but now a much bigger generation resource. That kind of term co-location is the new co-location. Very complex having 2 co-location data center terms now. But in terms of the co-location, I didn't really talk to that at all, but I think that just adds another layer of complexity that must be well understood with these new facilities. So, historically we've had generation interconnection and we've had load interconnection. Well, now if you think about a data center and a load interconnection that also has on-site front of meter, say grid connected generation, is that facility a load? Is it a generator? It's kind of a hybrid. It's almost a new facility class in and of itself. And that is going to challenge and does challenge today the interconnection processes collectively, because does it go into the load interconnection process or does it go into the generation? And there's a lot more scenarios that you have to consider for just that facility. What if the load is offline and I'm just connecting a generator? What if the generation's offline and I'm consuming max load? And so the complexities of co-location just further highlight as these facilities are evolving far faster than, say, we are on the grid side. We need information. We need to have those communications so that we can model it, study it, and make sure we put limits or requirements in place of even facilities as they add front of meter generation. Really good question, and adds even more complex modeling and study work to really understand, not to mention contractual work too.
Sounds great. Well, I think that puts us right at the mark, 3 p.m. So any closing remarks, Kyle, as we let you go?
No, thank you all so much for the opportunity. Love the questions, and please feel free to reach out anytime for follow-ups from this meeting. Thank you again for letting me be here and speak today.
Great. Well, we can't thank you enough, Kyle. Now I'm going to turn it over. It looks like we have Grace on with us as well, but I'm going to turn over to Dr. Boram to introduce our final presenter for this conference. So, Brad, I'm going to turn it over to you. And then, Grace, nice to have you join us today.
Hey, good afternoon, Grace. Grace Ralph is a policy researcher in the Energy Markets and Policy Department at Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. She conducts technical, economic, and policy analysis of energy topics centered on the U.S. electricity sector, including focuses on electric system planning, utility programs and regulation, and DERs. Prior to joining Berkeley Lab, Grace acted as the Chief of Policy and Research at the Hawaii Public Utilities Commission, where she led development of electric utility performance-based regulatory frameworks, next generation DER programs, and resource procurement processes. She also worked at the American Council for an Energy Efficient Economy. Grace holds a Master of Public Administration in Environmental Science and Policy from Columbia University, a Bachelor of Science with distinction in Energy and Environmental Policy, and a Bachelor of Arts in French, both from the University of Delaware. So welcome, Grace, and you have the wonderful opportunity to close us out for the day.
Great. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for the introduction. Let's see, I am going to share my screen, or will you all share the slide? Oh, I see it. Okay, got it. Okay. Okay, is that looking good to everybody?
Looks great, Grace.
Okay, let me just move this. Go. Wait. Sorry, are you seeing this little tab over here? Okay. Okay, great. Well, thank you all for having me. Good afternoon, and I am honored to be here closing out your conference today. My name is Grace Ralph. I'm a policy researcher at Berkeley Lab. I came to the lab about a year ago from the Hawaii PUC, where I was the Chief of Policy and Research and worked a lot on the integrated grid planning efforts with Hawaiian Electric. So grateful for this opportunity to talk to you all about coordinating across planning processes. This is a really important topic where there are both relatively simple and also more involved actions that can really have a significant impact on your planning outcomes. So in today's presentation, I'm going to introduce the subject of coordinated planning, talk about why you might coordinate different planning processes and some approaches to doing that. And then we'll get into some of the different types of planning processes, how they can impact your IRP, some key activities and challenges. And then I'm going to do a bit of a deep dive into coordinating distribution system planning with your IRP. And then I'll leave you with some best practices and questions and actions you could take to start coordinating your plans. Okay, here we go. So depending on the state's policy objectives, utilities and other entities are required to submit various kinds of plans, like distribution system plans. That's in the top map on this slide, or I will say DSP, distribution system plan. Resilience plans, those are on the left in this on this slide, and IRP on the right. I wanted to note that states can require different types of distribution system plans, like a grid modernization plan, DER plan, integrated grid plan, or I believe in Indiana you all have T&D improvement plans. Historically, planning processes have been quite siloed, meaning that the planning processes really don't consider one another. There might be different staffing teams at the utility conducting those plans. And so coordinated or integrated system planning tries to harmonize those traditionally siloed planning processes by aligning the inputs, methods, and information flows across them. As we just saw, not every state requires a distribution system plan, although utilities do distribution system planning across the country. This is really important for them to assess the physical and operational changes that the local grid needs for safe and reliable service. And this type of distribution planning is becoming increasingly important. This chart is from the Edison Electric Institute, and it's showing capital expenditures by investor-owned utilities and showing that distribution system investments account for the largest proportion of CapEx, about a third, and almost $60 billion in 2024. In addition, the number of distributed energy resources that are being connected to the distribution system are growing and expected to continue to grow. So that means we need to find ways to interconnect them, manage them, and hopefully use them to support the grid. So while DSP and IRP do address different spheres of the electricity system, they frequently aim to meet similar objectives like making rates affordable for customers, ensuring adequate reliability, and reducing risk. And so coordinating these plans and other processes helps to capture all the relevant factors that influence your system needs and the available investment alternatives that can meet the system needs. The goal here ultimately is to create efficiencies and result in cost savings. So I'll definitely touch on coordinating across a number of different types of plans, but you'll see an added focus on the distribution system today because of those factors we just talked about. And because of some of the research that we're doing at Berkeley Lab, we put out this report on state requirements for distribution system planning late last year. And I'm currently working on research specifically related to how to incorporate DSP in IRP. So as I mentioned, the distribution system really is fundamental to grid planning. So it's a great place to start in terms of coordinating plans. And the practices and lessons there are applicable across really any type of planning process. Okay, so the why and how of coordinated planning. So coordinated planning offers a number of different benefits. And as I mentioned, it ultimately aims to result in better quality plans that are more useful to your regulators, utilities, and policymakers. Using inputs that are aligned across the processes helps to ensure that those plans are consistent and not in conflict with one another. Coordination also helps to make sure that planners and stakeholders are capturing all the relevant system needs. So for example, if a resilience plan indicates that backup power or distributed generation is needed at a critical facility, the distribution system plan could capture that in case upgrades or other infrastructure is needed to accommodate that backup generation. Similarly, coordination helps to make sure that you're assessing all the possible investment alternatives. So would a program in the energy efficiency plan be able to help reduce congestion? And this can help you identify lower cost solutions to help meet your needs. There are some softer benefits as well. So planning coordination can increase understanding, transparency, and credibility of your results because your stakeholders become more familiar with the context and inputs and have a more holistic understanding of the plan overall. And then stakeholders may have also previously vetted inputs to another plan, which can increase their confidence in your planning outcomes. Along those lines, when stakeholders are better able to understand data and are more familiar with the inputs, they're better equipped to help you improve your plan and bring unique perspectives that can help you think about new things when you're doing your planning. And then finally, folks that are working on multiple integrated plans at a utility or at a regulatory agency may find that they're actually able to apply their knowledge across proceedings and speed up their review and work. That was definitely the case for me at the PUC in Hawaii. Having a holistic view of the integrated grid plan really helped me to understand and contextualize other applications. So there are many ways to start aligning your planning processes. And no matter where you are in terms of your sophistication of coordination, there are ways to start this or to improve it to achieve those benefits. The approach that's best for your jurisdiction, for each utility, might vary based on your staffing availability, your modeling tools, et cetera. And it might also vary based on your objectives and whether you have supportive resources like technical assistance. So I'm going to break down the activities on the spectrum. They can be used in conjunction with one another or individually as well. So as a first step, even without any specific direction or mandate, somebody, whether it be the utility, regulatory staff, or even participants in a proceeding, could just independently draw on information from other plans to help inform your IRP. So for example, interveners might ask whether the utility has considered the impacts of your T&D SIC plans in their IRP. And this is great for like a discovery or information request process. Some states and PUCs require the utility to give a narrative description of how it considered other plans in the IRP. So for example, you might ask the utility to describe how the IRP supports the objectives in a statewide energy security plan. Additionally, commissions can require utilities to start streamlining stakeholder engagement. This is really helpful because you're reducing the time that stakeholders need to be able to participate in multiple proceedings. And then they can bring their perspectives and expertise to your proceeding. Moving along the spectrum, many PUCs require that utilities use the same sets of assumptions across plans. So you might use consistent load forecasts across IRP and DSP, or you can use the same assumptions about EV growth. It's not always possible to exactly align your inputs because you might need to update assumptions throughout the year, or the timelines might be offset, but at least aligning the methodologies and aiming for consistency and reconciliation can be really helpful. Similarly, you can use the same scenarios across plans or create scenarios that account for other planning processes. So you might have a high DER future scenario in both your IRP and your DSP. And then finally, an emerging best practice is to start creating fully integrated modeling processes that have feedback loops among the different sectors of the electricity system, or kind of iterate across findings to help make sure that your plans truly account for what's happening at other levels of the system. So why isn't everybody just doing this already? Well, it is challenging. It's not super simple. When planning efforts are siloed, it can allow planners and stakeholders to focus more explicitly on the nitty-gritty details of specific pieces that potentially could get lost when you have to think about that piece in a bigger context. And because of the breadth of topics, when planning is coordinated, stakeholders might find it more challenging to effectively participate, especially if they have a more niche interest area like EVs or resilience. There are ways to overcome these challenges by creating a good pace of participation that's sustainable for everybody. And those folks that are setting up the planning process should invest time upfront to make sure that there are clear planning objectives and objectives for why you're coordinating plans. And then creating a thoughtful calendar of meetings, work streams, and milestones. Various stakeholders play important roles in coordinating these plans because utilities typically do the planning process. They will functionally carry out many aspects of coordination and demonstrate how they did that. PUCs can be supportive of those efforts by establishing expectations and requirements, hosting technical conferences like this one, and providing input and feedback to utility plans. And then other state agencies or participants can help to facilitate coordination with other plans. So for example, a state energy office might bring utilities or other stakeholders into their security planning process, which is highly interrelated with utility infrastructure. And then other participants can always bring their specialized knowledge or inputs that really help to improve the robustness of plans. And this chart just demonstrates that the coordinating plan landscape looks different depending on your energy markets and landscape. Depending on the market structure, different entities like RTOs, federal power marketing authorities, or community choice aggregators may play a different role. I know that here in Indiana, you all coordinate with MISO and your Reliability First organization, which is great and super important. And those folks play a key role in supporting your IRPs as well. And just the chart shows that even though an organization may not be the lead planner, which is shown as a dot, they still need to consider all of these different aspects, which are shown in the shaded areas. Then, as I mentioned, just beyond simply coordinating standalone plans, some areas or utilities are moving to actually integrating plans together in one comprehensive system or grid plan. These types of plans would look at DERs, the distribution, transmission, and generation systems all in one plan. Might even go so far as to look at gas planning for dual fuel utilities. So it's a pretty fairly new endeavor, and the modeling capabilities and experience are still growing to do this effectively. This image on the right is a diagram of approaches to enhance system planning from an RMI report. And one element of this practice here is to align or integrate your resource transmission and distribution system planning. Okay, so here are some types of plans you might think about coordinating. In general, some plans are going to have more direct intersection with your IRP than others. For example, distribution system plans, transmission, DER, electrification, resilience, or grid modernization plans can impact the main questions that your IRP is trying to answer about the timing, amount, and location of bulk system needs. However, other state plans also have impact on IRP, and it can be helpful to make sure that those are considered, even those you might not typically think of. For example, state housing plans and transportation plans can have a significant impact on projected demand and where that might show up. And I'm sure that you're all more familiar with this than I am, but I did see this Indiana Task Force report from 2020, which may be a bit outdated now, but when I was looking through it, it emphasizes state priorities for the energy sector. For example, helping support local economies and making recommendations on tax implications for different energy sources. And I just raised this to encourage you to think broadly about what plans might exist in your state and how they might affect your IRP and whether you can kind of coordinate those, bring those planners into your process, et cetera. And okay, so maybe not a specific plan per se, but I did want to be sure to talk about how system planning can be coordinated with rate cases and cost recovery practices because they're so important. It's really important that these two practices are coordinated because plans are an important tool for providing the context and justification for proposed expenditures. Ideally, any plan will help to show how investments align with an overarching vision or kind of the overarching high-level objectives and principles for the electric system. Of course, typically nothing in an IRP would be presumed to be pre-approved, but utilities can use your IRP to help inform regulators and stakeholders and help them with their review of rate cases or other proceedings like a CPCN or other application for cost recovery. In order to do this, it's helpful when regulators can outline their vision for how these planning processes will interact with the rate case or other proceedings. For example, like outlining the sequence of different filings, what the vision is for how they inform one another, those kinds of things. A couple of things to keep in mind on this is we know that things change over time and that plans can become outdated or need to be adjusted. In part because of that and for other reasons, commissions don't typically approve plans and utilities still need to provide robust justification for their proposed investments. And then I would note here at the bottom about assessing the value of operational software. As the distribution system becomes more important, utilities are having to invest a lot more in things like AMI, DER management systems, situational awareness and outage management investments, those kinds of things. And while it may be challenging, good planning can help to demonstrate how distribution system resources using these types of operational software investments can provide bulk power system value. And so these kinds of like thinking holistically across your plan about your investments can help to demonstrate the value and importance of those types of expenditures. As an example, in California, the distribution system plans and rate cases are very clearly linked. The CPUC has provided and refined its vision for how the two interact over time. They provide common vocabulary to guide both proceedings. They have tried to align timelines and content requirements across the proceedings, and then just provide an overarching vision for kind of how they plan to evaluate certain investments included in the distribution system plan. So they've included some specific expectations on certain items, like rate making for distribution investments and reporting metrics that they want to see out of that. Okay, so let's get into specifically considering distribution system planning elements in IRP. So these two processes fundamentally answer different questions and cover different planning horizons. So it does make sense that they have historically been siloed or done separately, used different modeling tools, looked at different granularities, and overall just kind of used different planning techniques. But there is more convergence happening between the two processes, where distribution system planning is taking techniques from IRP, like increasingly using scenario analysis. And IRP can be thought of as drawing on DSP by becoming more granular in its analysis as well. I present this because I do think it's important that these processes are answering different questions, and it's critical to continue to answer those questions. However, there is a lot of value in bringing them together, bringing the DSP process into the IRP, and kind of identifying those bridges between the two processes. So as I mentioned, there is significant value. These are just a few responses from folks that we've interviewed on this topic. I thought some notable items were about really committing to your least cost and thoughtful long-term planning, and how that requires you to look at all possible options and assets as solutions to your system needs, and making sure that you're getting the most out of your distribution level assets. Folks noted some cultural shifts as well, where from bringing DSP into IRP, getting your different planning teams to talk to one another, and then just kind of more fundamentally considering the distribution system in the course of utility business can be a big benefit of this process. In one case, we did hear that sometimes the juice is not worth the squeeze. It can be quite challenging to reconcile these two processes. And in areas of major load growth, or maybe where you're not seeing as many changes on the distribution system, you might not be able to use those smaller assets to meet bulk issues, but there are still ways in which you can tease out value and make sure that you are getting these processes to talk to one another in a way that will benefit both plans. At a high level, we did hear that there's significant value to be gained, just at least by bridging the two processes and then even more holistically integrating. The major pieces we saw were system optimization, affordability, and communications value. Optimization, meaning that you're looking at all solutions to your grid needs, reducing the need to go back and redo work later. There's value in being able to do more strategic siting of resources and maximizing the use of your assets. Those practices all around can lead to reduced costs. And then additionally, when you have more visibility into your grid, so being able to have more granular insight into the distribution system, you might be able to make less conservative planning assumptions and reduce overall system needs. So you might be able to kind of identify the worst case scenario, but not necessarily plan exactly to that, but be able to plan to manage that when you have a better sense of what's actually happening on your system through granular data collection. Finally, we heard that a big benefit of this work is transparency and credibility. With the distribution system driving a lot of spending these days, more visibility into the distribution system helps others, your regulators, your stakeholders to see the overall direction that the utility is going and how these pieces all fit together. And you're able to better justify distribution level projects that tie back to a plan. In terms of process, there are some things to consider to overcome some challenges and make sure that you're getting the most out of your coordination efforts. We heard that there are trade-offs between kind of large-scale holistic planning proceedings and narrow proceedings. And this is definitely, something we saw firsthand at the Hawaii PUC, where our integrated grid planning process, the first ever of its kind, took about 4 or almost 5 years. We expect that to speed up now that we have more experience with it, but it can take a long time to figure out all of the different pieces of the puzzle and make sure that you're addressing them in an appropriate sequence. No matter whether you're doing kind of one holistic integrated grid plan or doing plans on their own, conducting planning in bite-sized pieces can help to keep things moving forward and make sure we're not getting too bogged down in process. You also want to make sure that you're calibrating the level of detail to the level of uncertainty of the plan. So yes, increased granularity can help improve your IRP outcomes, but there's inherent uncertainty in a plan that uses forecasts and in a plan that looks out at 2050. So just being mindful of not getting too bogged down in the details can be helpful for an IRP. And then, thinking about the people aspect of this as well can be helpful. Advisory groups that are that have clear calendars of events that provide feedback throughout your process and that help to raise new issues and improve your analysis can be really helpful. And just overall, we heard that good people are better than or more important than good tools. There's currently, as we're hearing out there in the field, no one specific modeling tool that can co-optimize all levels of the system effectively. And so we need the people to be thinking strategically, talking to one another, and building their expertise at this nexus of DSP and IRP. Importantly, we did hear too that this can be a change at utilities and how they approach planning processes. So just think about whether you can implement some change management practices to support planners as they begin this process. So what are the key linkages between DSP and IRP? DSP informs IRP by developing granular forecasts of DERs and loads. And those can help to inform whether the distribution system, and DSP also helps to inform whether the distribution system can accommodate the DERs identified in the IRP. IRP, on the other hand, identifies the role and amount of DERs that are going to be in that bulk power system mix and feed that back into the DSP. So some of the major bridges between the two practices are the forecasts that both plans use, assessing whether local and bulk peaks are coincident or not. That impacts, your power flows and how the two systems are converging. That's shown in this graph on the right. And understanding resource interactivity and giving more insight into how DERs are providing grid services on the bulk power system, understanding the deliverability and helping to have more confidence that they will be able to show up when they're expected. But these are some high-level key actions to start incorporating distribution system planning in IRP. Reconciling the load and DER forecasts is a key first step. So think about creating forums for discussion where planners can discuss the differences between their forecasts, understand and think through any differences, and align the timing of their development. We were asking planners kind of how they do this reconciliation process. And some of what we heard is they argue about it. They argue about their assumptions. Then you can use those data to inform your IRP analyses and citing of distribution system resources to help meet your bulk power needs. Overall, you're trying to look at what the distribution system can accommodate in its current state, whether that aligns with what the IRP is identifying in terms of DERs and local resources, and how much it would cost to upgrade the distribution system to accommodate what is identified in the IRP. Then ultimately, once you've kind of identified those DERs selected in the IRP, what they're needed, when they are needed, that can feed back into the DSP and kind of create this iterative loop. I won't go back into this image on the left or on the right here, but I've linked resources from the Energy Systems Integration Group, where they have great information, very detailed on integrated planning processes across many different levels of the system. So Idaho Power is starting to do this. They file IRP and DSP in Oregon for that Oregon portion of their system territory, and they connect their load and DER forecasts across both plans. So in the IRP, they forecast DERs using historical adoption trends and customer billing data, kind of typical forecasting analysis. Then the DSP tries to geolocate those DER installation and uses the IRP level growth rate assumptions to develop feeder level forecasts. So they're kind of trying to align those two forecasts in that way. For EVs, the IRP forecast similarly uses historical adoption trends and county level EV registration data. And then the distribution system plan proportionally disaggregates that data to feeders, and they use additional locational forecasting tools to help identify where those charging loads are going to show up. The IRP action plan identifies any DERs in the next 2 to 4 years. And those DERs that are identified actually feed back into the local load forecasts for the distribution system plan. So a number of interdependencies between these two plans at Idaho Power. Minnesota required utilities to combine the distribution system plan with their transportation electrification plan. And then there's coordination of that plan with the IRP. So these images show some of the ways that Excel Minnesota does this. On the bottom there, the utility works to align the use of its modeling tools and forecasts across its planning processes where possible. And they use granular forecasts for locational EV charging needs and other beneficial electrification impacts like water and space heating efforts. Nevada's utilities produce what they call distributed resource plans as a part of the IRP, so they are combined. NV Energy's distributed resource plan has full sections that discuss how it is integrated into the IRP and how their DER and transportation electrification planning impacts those overall system needs. The Nevada PUC also requires utilities to create public DER portals, which include granular locational DER data like those in this image, in these images. And the provision of this data publicly is really helpful for transparency, helping others to understand the system so developers can use this information to understand what type of grid needs they'll face when working with customers to install DERs, and kind of feeds back into that assessment of like what the distribution system can currently accommodate and where upgrades might be needed to accommodate additional forecasted needs in the future. This diagram shows Hawaiian Electric's integrated grid planning process. On the left, it starts with inputs, assumptions, constraints, and scenarios that feed into capacity expansion and distribution system planning analyses. At multiple stages of the process, the outputs of these analyses feed into one another, and if certain planning criteria are not met, the utility would then adjust its approach and iterate on its findings. For example, the system security analysis, there at the far right of this slide, the kind of the final step there, accounts for the distribution level resources identified in that distribution analysis done kind of on the bottom of this graph. If violations occur, the utility then iterates to identify what would be needed to accommodate the DERs it identified in its distribution analysis. Then they rerun the production cost model to identify if the solutions that they identified would be cost prohibitive or not. So this is a pretty advanced integrated planning process, but I will say, even those that are still pretty advanced on this are still largely conducting their planning for different grid levels separately and finding the ways to meaningfully create feedback loops between those planning elements. It does still also create rely on a lot of engineering judgment and decisions to be made about, what changes might be necessary to accommodate DERs or, kind of reduce those violations that occur. Okay, so I'll leave you with some takeaways here. This graph shows states that are doing some level of coordinating their distribution system plans with IRP and other types of plans. And the importance here is that a lot of states, these are all the states that are, or this is almost all the states that require utilities to file publicly a distribution system plan. And a lot of states are taking at least some step to coordinate their plans. A lot of them are more simple, like using, like referring to other plans or requiring a description of how the plans interact, while a few of them, Hawaii, Vermont, Washington, are doing more integrated or iterative modeling across their planning proceedings. At this point in time, there are some best practices for you to consider as you work through this with your IRPs. So first, aligning your data sets and scenarios is really important. This is a key first step. You do not want your plans to be in conflict with one another when they ultimately come out. Next, streamlining and thoughtfully coordinating stakeholder engagement is critical to reduce participant burnout and to get meaningful input. Next, you can help to provide a sanity check on timing requirements for different filings to make sure that there is a logical and feasible flow between the two proceedings or the processes in general. Next, you can walk before you run and do more in-depth coordination where you will get the most value, such as for plans that are more mature and where you have more experience with them. As you go, definitely try to eliminate requirements as you do this. So are there ways to eliminate different reporting requirements and promote administrative efficiency and consolidation across your proceedings? And then finally, at the end of this, consider how your coordination has gone and what could be improved. I personally have really enjoyed thinking about this topic because the actions you can take are so tangible. Regulators, state energy offices, and consumer advocates can all help to just simply identify plans that should be coordinated and data sets that the utility can use, either in guidance or through your working groups or technical conferences. It can be really helpful just to illuminate the existence of certain data sets and to ask for more information on what the utility is doing. I think consumer advocates actually play a unique role by bringing deep expertise and knowledge of the many utility proceedings that they participate in to surface important information coming up in other venues, validate findings and results based on what they see in other places. And depending on the state's rules too, they or other agencies might have more leeway than the commission to reach out to new stakeholders or external parties to get their feedback and input in key areas and other planning proceedings. Really, any stakeholder can bring their expertise, ask thoughtful questions, and be a helpful check on inputs and assumptions. For coordination, I think it's important to be asking questions up front and during and after the IRP process. So it will be hard to coordinate plans after the train has left the tracks. So at the outset, ask the utility which plans are most important to coordinate and how they plan to do that. You can also help to surface specifics like who is leading each plan, what the approaches to coordination will be, and how stakeholder engagement will be streamlined. After the IRP is followed, you can ask the utility and stakeholders for data and information on how things went. What were the tangible outcomes you saw from coordination? How did you achieve those outcomes? Were certain aspects of coordination effective and others gave you less juice for your squeeze? And what's coming down the line that we need to prepare for now? How can we be ready to integrate new elements into the IRP next time? I encourage you to take these questions and copy paste them or adapt them for your IRP proceeding. And that is all the information that I had for you today. I will leave you with these resources for more information. There's a wealth of information on the Berkeley Lab website, and you're welcome to reach out to me or my colleagues for more information as needed. So thank you so much. I look forward to any questions that you might have, and hope this was useful information for you.
Sounds great. Well, thank you so much, Grace. And I know I've reiterated this point a lot, but just want to say it again for anybody new that's joining us. We do have these presentations posted on our website. So that list of resources and all the information that Grace referenced in her presentation is available there as well. So looks like we do have a question to kick things off. And then again, the floor is open to anybody else who has any additional questions. So feel free to raise your hand or drop it in the chat, and we'll make sure we ask those. So Brad, why don't you kick things off for us?
Sure. I'm not sure I have a question so much as I'm just, I don't know, thinking aloud here, because, I mean, you gave us an excellent presentation, covered an immense amount of ground with a lot of stuff to consider and think and chew on for a while. But I go back to, in a state like Indiana, it's a fairly small state, and yet we have 5 investor-owned electric utilities. So, and they're also, all 5 are anymore constantly doing IRP processes. They just never end, it seems like, anymore. So I'm trying to think about how we would kind of try to transition into this over a period of time. I mean, we do have the TD-SIC process where we're looking at replacing and upgrading infrastructure. So we have that for 5 of the IOU, or 4 of the IOUs. But yeah, I do sit here and think about administratively, how would we go about trying to do this in this environment where IRPs are just never ending and we have 5 utilities to work through. And as you talk about, since the IRP is constantly changing because of the immense uncertainty, I mean, just how much uncertainty do you see impacting the distribution side? I mean, I would imagine it's different, but also very similar. But are the implications of the uncertainty in terms of how you impact your planning and your choices and your decisions less than or comparable to what you have on the IRP side? So I recognize there's probably 2 or 3 or 4 different things in there, but that just reflects that you put out a lot out there that have to, work through.
No, it's a great question. I do think it's challenging. I most of my experience has been in Hawaii, where there's really one investor-owned utility, and we were able to kind of focus our efforts in that way. So I do recognize it's a challenge, and regulators are always strapped for resources and have so much on their plate. So I understand. I feel you on your challenges, Brad, and can sympathize with that for sure. I would say that there are, I think, some easier steps to start easing into this process and maybe transform things kind of over time, or kind of take like a maturity model approach to coordinating your planning processes. To me, one thing that comes to mind is just really making sure that you understand how the TD-SIC process, how the outputs of that are maybe considered in IRPs. So just asking questions to the utility of like, okay, you've identified the need for upgrades in these areas. Is there possibility to connect additional distribution resources at that level that could help serve bulk power system needs? And I think starting to think through those questions will get the planners to start thinking strategically about, like, could we place a distribution sited battery at this, at this substation or on the distribution system to help meet bulk power system constraints. And then just making sure that those 2 processes are using the same forecasts and assumptions. I also think there are ways to start maturing the distribution system planning process. You mentioned uncertainty on the distribution level. I would encourage you all to start thinking about like different scenarios. Like, is there a world in which DER growth really takes off and we need to be thinking about different levels of DER growth? Or, you know, kind of what are the different scenarios or different future worlds we might think about in the TDSIC process? That might be something you could think about. I don't know if that sounds feasible to you. Yeah, and I think just asking questions can be a really simple step of like, what conversations did your distribution planners have with the IRP team? Tell us about what the outcomes of that were. Just trying to get people to start thinking about this can be a helpful first step. I don't know if that was helpful, but hopefully.
Yeah, no, it was helpful. It's like I said, it's a daunting process given the confusion and the intense resource burden on all commissions and utilities and stakeholders.
Yeah, 100%.
Great. Looks like we have another question, a hand raise here. So why don't you go ahead and Chris and take it away there.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm not sure how to put this in the chat, but kind of a two-pronged question. The first one is, in your idea here, who actually initiates the idea for generation? Is it the distribution team or the IRP team? And then the follow-up to that is, we're saying that we want to put distribution assets to solve our bulk system needs. In the states that have implemented this, either how much have they had to really even make a drop in a bucket to the bulk electric system, and have they actually seen measured results to say, hey, yeah, this is actually making an impact on the system?
Yeah, good question. That's just one example. So I don't want that to be, necessarily like the only thing you all think about in this, but it could be, we saw Idaho Power is modeling distribution sited smaller scale batteries in their IRP as an optimizable resource. And I think they found that the model does like to select those because they are kind of smaller scale, right? And so it can, when the model's looking for like a smaller size resource rather than a giant scale battery, it does help like to select those. But it doesn't work in every scenario, especially where, you are seeing expected load growth in, that kind of outweighs the need for that. But they could be used in targeted scenarios to help reduce specific constraints. I was going to mention the other piece of it I think is just modeling DERs as a selectable resource or a load modifying resource in your IRP can help to understand what the model is selecting in terms of amount of DERs serving bulk power system needs, or how they are and then once the model is selecting that resource portfolio, it can help to then inform what you might need to do on the distribution level in order to accommodate that. So that could be like a virtual power plant or an aggregator model, or I know you all work in MISO potentially for like for 2222 type of model there as well. Was that a responsive, Chris? Hopefully helpful, but I'm happy to continue thinking this through if that did not answer your question.
No, that's good. I appreciate you taking the time. Thank you.
Sure thing.
Okay, we'll leave the floor open just for a little bit longer, see if any questions come up. Again, feel free to drop those in the chat if you don't feel comfortable, but for anybody else, feel free to raise your hand.
It's the end of the day there in Indiana. I'm just getting started over here in Hawaii, but I appreciate your attention at the end of your long technical conference.
No, well, we appreciate you, Grace. Well, we won't keep you here any longer than we have to. It looks like I did see our chairman's mic come off. So, Mr. Chairman, did you have any remarks?
Well, just to thank Grace for that fantastic presentation. Your skill and background are a great asset for us to hear from. And so we very much appreciate your words and observations. We've had a fantastic technical conference today on everything from hyperscaling modeling and all of the things that are emerging. This is a highly dynamic period of time. And this Contemporary Issues Forum is a great way for us to get together and hear from experts around the country. And we've covered the coasts from Virginia all the way to Hawaii. We didn't go international, but we covered the continent. That's for daggone sure. Thank you, Grace, very much. Brad, do you have anything else that you wanted to add?
No, other than just, thanking Grace and everybody else who spoke today and all the people who participated by asking questions and, hopefully, well, to me, it's always interesting how over a period of 2-3 years, conversations at these work, technical conferences start showing up in IRP processes.
Yeah.
So that's one of the purposes for doing these things is to get people thinking. And if you go back and look at the IRPs as how they've changed over time, you can definitely see the trends and discussions here. And then 2-3 years later, things showing up in IRPs and what the utilities and stakeholders are doing. So, I suspect these will be showing up in the next couple of years for sure. And with that, I want to thank everybody.